who are we going to?
Yes, we can.
Who wants to help us out? So I asked you guys to do. Since you put up your hand, please go ahead. Tell us, what did the Meta tell you? What did WhatsApp? In fact, if we say Meta, it will look like very academic. What did WhatsApp tell you about the learning outcomes? And introduce yourself. You have to unmute. You have to unmute.
Hi, Blessing.
Yes, Lucky, how are you?
I'm sorry, it was an error. Hey, I was trying to say I can hear you very clearly.
Well, it was a good error. So now we know. You introduce yourself and then tell us, what did Meta tell you when you asked it? Tell me possible questions, and then tell us one of the questions it gave you. Yes, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, Blessing. I can't go ahead. Hey.
Okay, just introduce yourself. Where do you work? What do you do? We also want to send emails to you. We want business from you.
I was working at ReGenesys as a sales representative. Currently, I'm at home, and yeah.
So how do we apply at ReGenesys? Which department do we go to if we want to work for ReGenesys?
You apply Dananda talent.
So please share Dananda talent details with the others. Okay. All right.
Okay,
brilliant.
I'm gonna send on the chat. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Let me just see. There's a number of hands that are up. So
Okay.
you just tell us one question. We'll go to Philemon, then we'll go to Kelvin, then Teboho, then we'll move on. Philemon, please tell us, then Kelvin, then Teboho. What did you come up? But introduce yourself also, and we want your details.
Okay. Blessing. So my name is Philemon. Zoma is my surname.
Once you have said that, please explain. Please, we want to know.
Blessing. I'm not related, if that's what you're asking.
All right.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I would be having a corner office with a view somewhere. So yeah, it's just same surname that I share with the ex-president. So yeah, Blessing. I work in the FMCG. I work for a company called Pack and Stack. It's a sales and merchandising company with a number of principals that we are representing in the retail sector. So yeah, my role is I'm a divisional head, and I'm looking after the Gauteng region.
All right. So it means you are employing quite a bit, because fast-moving consumer goods, there's a lot of it's labor intensive. You need a lot of people there.
We are recruiting every day. You are correct. I mean,
guys, isn't that music to your ears? Please get Philemon's numbers. If you've got anyone who's looking for a job, you say, Philemon, we were in the economics class together. My cousin, here is the CV.
No, 100%. More than welcome.
All right,
so yeah,
brilliant.
Blessing. What I asked Meta was, I asked the first learning outcome, which was the describe the nature and basic economic problem of South Africa's economy. And the three multiple choice questions that I received.
Just give us one.
For example,
give us one only. One only.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. One was what is the primary nature of South Africa's economy?
Does anyone want to answer that? Because you guys don't know the. Anyone wants to answer what is the primary nature of South Africa's economy? Yes, Lerato, what's the answer?
Hi, Blessing. Good morning, class. It's inequality and unemployment.
Is that correct, Philemon?
The answer is no. The answer is mixed economy with a strong service sector.
Lerato, Don't worry about it. I was actually thinking about that also with the challenge of inequality. So sometimes whatever your answer is, it depends with what the question is. I was thinking about inequality myself. So yeah, it looks like I shouldn't be taking this class. I should be learning in this class. I also got it wrong, Lerato. So it's not only you. All right.
Yeah, but I think that answer, Blessing, there is a question for that answer that Lerato just gave. Is what is the main economic problem facing South Africa? And then that is unemployment. Yeah, that is unemployment and income inequality.
All right, fantastic. Thanks, Philemon. Please remember to put your details. And Lerato, I know we said we're going to go to Kelvin. Lerato, please introduce yourself. And we want your numbers also. You never know when you get a husband, when you get an ex-husband, and so forth. So just in a network, guys, really.
Oh, wow. Good morning again, everyone. My name is Lerato Mabuza. I am currently working for Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa as a presence coordinator. I'm in marketing, so the commercial space. I've been with Coca-Cola for 14 years now. And my number,
Lerato, so marketing, we see you guys advertise? How do we appear? Can we send you our what do you call that thing that these actors or these models? Some of us are very camera, the camera loves us. How can we also go on to Coca-Cola adverts?
I cannot answer that, Blessing, because I'm actually at the district level. I am not in head
Okay.
office. So there are two, say, departments, or I don't know how to put it, but I am under the bottler, not under the Coca-Cola division itself.
All right. Okay. All right. Fantastic. That's brilliant. What do you guys do at the district level? Can we at least transport the Coke for you? We have got a few vehicles.
All right, so that's part of sales. I am sales support, so I support the sales people. So I can't really give you an answer to that as well.
All right. Okay.
All right.
But thank you so much. Please share your details because maybe someone needs something else from Coca-Cola. Kelvin, please go ahead. So thanks, Philemon, for that. Kelvin.
Hi, thanks, Gikomborero. I see you laughing.
Yeah.
And good morning to everybody. So yeah, I went on Meta. I mean, I use Meta a lot of times. My only challenge, or maybe rather I should pose it also as a question to everybody, is that should we be so dependent to AI generated answers when it comes to learning academically? Because right now I can tell you when I asked Meta about give me 3 multiple choice questions that I can be asked as a student who's studying the BBA with ReGenesys for the Economics 1 module. It gave me a similar answer to, I think, some of the managers that we saw in the chat who posted or shared their Meta response. So what I've noticed with Meta is it doesn't really, it can give you a detailed response, but it doesn't really go in depth and will never align 100% to what exactly we are studying and the desirable outcomes of our modules or with ReGenesys. But it is a good tool. I'm not saying you must shy away from that, but I would encourage that at any point, always do your further research. Just like what we used to do before AI took over, you understand? Because it's going to sort of make us, or we're going to sort of achieve some form of laziness because now we know we can just punch a question and it gets generated. An essay can be generated in a matter of seconds or minutes, and then it removes that human touch that is more articulate in terms of what we want to achieve, in terms of outcomes and the goals. That's my perspective with AI. I know it is helpful in other areas to optimize business, to optimize operations, to optimize development in things like coding. One of the guys mentioned cybersecurity. There's a lot. But when it comes to academics, let's just be a little bit more careful.
Fantastic. That is brilliant. And I love it. That's why I said you guys should take over the class. I shouldn't be lecturing this class. You guys already know. so fantastic. In fact, the class is being recorded. Let me just check because we need that sound bite and put it on the yes, the class is being so we'll take that sound bite and put it on the platform for students to say don't just use technology only because you are a student. It's like a book. You do not just use one book. So also with this technology, use other things. And I like that issue of you might become too lazy. You guys are brilliant. You guys are researchers. So you can't just put it into a AI platform and then that's it. So there has to be more. All right. But thank you so much for that. And hopefully our guys, they will extract that and say, yeah, this from one of the students. Because if we say it, it will be like, you guys don't want us to, our lives to be easy. All right. I see there's a lot of hands, but I think the other hands will take them as we go along. I'd say we're going to stop at Teboho. Teboho, if you can go ahead. The rest of you, when the next exercise comes about, we'll also take additional hands. We just need to get into the meat of things. Yes, please, Teboho, go ahead. And remember to introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning, Blessing, and everybody. My name is Teboho Morapedi. I'm an electrical engineer. I also a divisional head at a company called 3M, the electrical markets division. The questions I got from Meta is I'll just read one. Which market structure is characterized by a single buyer and multiple sellers? And there was 3 possible answers: monopoly, monopsony, and oligopoly, I think. I've never even heard of that word. I've never even heard of that.
That's brilliant. And what answer did Meta give you?
No. I got only the questions, but not the answers, because I asked Meta for questions, only questions, so there was no answers.
All right, fantastic. And most times we look at that from a seller perspective, where there is just one huge seller and that's it. Then we know it's a monopoly.
Yeah.
And by the way, Teboho, also remember to clarify to say, give me questions that are linked to year 1, first year. So that's
okay.
why. So you have to be very specific. Otherwise, it's going to give you questions that are for a doctoral student or for a
That's
master's.
what I did not do. That's what I didn't do. Understood.
All right, fantastic, brilliant. What we'll do is I see one we didn't take you there, but let's just move to the next thing. I'll give you a chance as we go along. So my next slide was on expectations, but I know most of you expect to pass. You are going to pass. In fact, learning expectations, I expect you guys to, yes, anyway, are my slides not showing? Oh, that was another mistake. All right.
No, they are.
Oh, okay. All right. So, you wanted to tell me your expectation. What was the expectation?
No, Blessing, you keep on calling me.
But your head went up. You keep putting your head up.
No, probably there's an error. Hey, sorry.
Oh,
Or the
okay.
head
All right.
is just up. I don't know. I'll try to remove.
All right. Fantastic. So we'll
Might
not
have
cover.
passed.
All right. Fantastic. So we'll not we'll not cover the expectations because your expectations are covered. Are you going to pass? Yes. In fact, I've got the list of people that are here. I expect you guys to pass with flying colors. You guys are going to pass excellently. All right. So what does it mean? It means we go to the next question. What is economics? What is economics? So economics, you see, economics is not like the other hard sciences like physics and so forth. Economics is a science, but it is a social science. So economics is looking at you and me, it's looking at businesses, it's looking at people in the world and saying, how do they make decisions? So economists can actually come into this class and ask, how did you guys come into this class? And then they study how you came to this class. Oh, some logged in because they were bored. Some logged in because they want to pass the exam. Some logged in because they want to interact with others. Then they develop a theory. That's economics. Economics is how do you make choices? How do you make decisions? Camilo, you wanted to answer that? Please go ahead. Oh, your head went down. One. I know you had raised your hand previously. Maybe you would want to say something. One, since we didn't give you a chance.
Hi, Blessing.
Morning. Please remember to
Morning.
to introduce yourself and give us your details. We want to get in touch with you.
That's dangerous. My phone's busy enough as it is. Hi, guys. Jean Hanekom here. Professionally, I'm the National Director for the South African Motor Bodies Repairers Association. I take care of the most panel beaters within the country, and that's primarily the role. I work for a non-profit organization, and yeah, that's primarily me from that perspective. Economically, sorry, I'm trying to think here of a professional definition of economics, but it's essentially the study of the flow of money and how everything works within the context of that. So if we're looking at the effect of monetary policy on how money flows throughout the context of South Africa or globally and everything else that comes with it, and the cause and effect of that. Now, in terms of my space being in the automotive space, one of the big economic indicators I focus on is the car sales on a monthly basis via the NOMSA dashboard and that sort of thing. It's usually used as the economic indicator to predict how the economy will go for the next 3 months, well, in 3 months' time. So as we've seen now, last year, the economy was struggling. And as we came into this year, it's actually, if you take a look at the car sales, from last year, we were down 3%. Now we're up by 10%. It says that in about 3 months' time, we should see the economy bouncing back. Although, given the uncertainty with the budget speech this week, I'm not so sure about that. But anyway.
Fantastic. Just hold on. I want to do the academic side, and then we want to ask about panel beating. So what Juan? So he said, how do I pronounce the name? I was saying Juan, and you how do I pronounce your name?
It's Jean.
Jean. Okay,
Yeah.
Jean. So what Jean is saying, the way he's saying, if I want to know what's going to happen in 3 months' time, I look at car sales. So how many cars were sold? So the number of cars sold, when we are going to be discussing under macroeconomics, we call them a leading indicator. It's a leading indicator. It leads you or it tells you what will happen in the future. It's almost like a sangoma for you. In fact, let's not use sangoma. Let's use prophet. It's almost like a prophet for you. It tells you the future. So he knows if the car sales are up or down, what will happen in 3 months. So economists, they call that a leading indicator. So don't make it too academic, ladies and gentlemen. Most of these things you're already using them. And then the other thing I wanted to ask Jean is, can you help out if someone wants to start up a panel beating company, doing the paperwork? Where do they go? How do they register? Maybe there's some that wants to start panel beating companies.
If I'm being 100% honest here, Blessing, the market is already quite overtraded. In the panel beating space, it's primarily a business-to-business industry, where your primary customer is actually the insurers, and we're already seeing a shrinkage within the size of the panels from the insurers. You're in for a bad time now if you're going to go that way. If you're looking for a job, though, I'll put an address into the chat a little bit later onto the WhatsApp group. I do have a CV portal that is accessible to all my members. There's about 650 of them nationwide. And if somebody is looking for an administrator there or an office manager, that would more than likely be the most likely route.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Brilliant. I think we should just tell patients that instead of doing the subject, we just come here, we network, and then that's it. We go home because you guys are going to pass this with flying colors. Kevin had his hand up, but thank you so much, John, for that. That is brilliant. And anyway, if you think that was too academic, all he's saying is there's too many companies already. Other companies are closing because if you do not know an insurer that gives you business, you will struggle. Not everyone is just going to walk into your panel beating shop, and so fantastic. But that's brilliant. Kevin, yes, please go ahead. All right, fantastic. So every chapter that you start off with, there is the learning outcomes. Why do they put the learning outcomes? So that you know what is it that so that you know the things that you should have acquired after you finish reading the chapter. So for instance, your first chapter, they say you should be able to describe the basic economic problems. You should also tell us about the interdependencies that we find within these economic things, economic explanation, economic theories, economic factors. Then you should understand utility. All right, brilliant. So as I said, economics is a social science. It's not they just study what you do. That's it. So what John was saying, I look at car sales numbers. That's economics. If you go to schools and you try to understand the parents that put their children into this school, what is their catchment area, that is economics. If you want to understand why is President Donald Trump having a fight with Canada, their neighbor, that is economics. Economics is not this like physics and so on. All right. So it is a social science. Social means it studies society. It's not out there. It is studying society. Society, there's individuals, there's businesses, there's governments. That's it. So it studies how we make choices. How do you choose? How did you make the choice to be here in this class? How did you choose to study at ReGenesys? How did you choose to stay in South Africa and not emigrate? So all those choices, it's economics. Economics is about society. So as I said, society is made up of who? You, individuals, most times we call them households. Society, businesses, including Eskom, including panel beaters, including fast-moving consumer goods, including Coca-Cola. Governments like South African government, American government, and society. Society, we are saying, society, you can have a macro, so as in, depends on your definition. So if you are in your home area, it's a society. If you talk about South Africa, South African society. If you talk about Southern Africa, if you talk about Africa, if you talk about the world, so society depends on how you want to define it. All right. But why do we have to make choices? Why should we be making choices? Why not just live our lives as it? Why do we make choices? We make choices because of this thing called scarcity. Scarcity means nothing lasts forever. Nothing is inexhaustible. So it means even the number of hours in a day, you've got 24. Even the raw materials, they will be finished. So there is scarcity in terms of even your budget. Why would the way you spend money, you've got a budget. So you do not earn unlimited amount of monies. So because of scarcity, even South Africa, that's why the government took time to present the budget. Why? Because they were trying to look for money. The Minister of Finance was trying to say, the money that I am probably going to get is not enough for the programs that I want to do. So government of national unity, let's increase the VAT. Let's do it's scarcity. So they had to make choices. That was a choice to increase VAT by 0.5%. All right, so there is scarcity. It's because of scarcity. If there was abundance, we would never have to make a choice. If there was abundance, if you lived forever, you would decide 1 decade you do economics, another decade you do physics. Another decade, because you never die, you are living forever. But because you die, you need to make choices and make them quick. All right. As you make choices, there is incentives that influence your choices. Either the incentive is, I'm going to study economics, BBA at ReGenesys. Maybe the incentive is you want to look for a job. Maybe the incentive is you want just to know about, you never got university education. Maybe the incentive is your parents, they said, go and study. That's it. There's an incentive that will influence your choice. So we also will be looking at those incentives. All right, fantastic. Oh, sorry, Tuli, your hand has been up for a while. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. And remember to introduce yourself. Tuli K. All right.
Oh, it was up on that first question. Okay, I'll catch along another question. Thank
just
you,
introduce
Mr.
yourself. Introduce yourself. Just introduce yourself. We want to know about you and your details. You can't get other people's details and not give us your own.
I'm Tuli Khopotso, the brilliant one.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's brilliant.
Okay, Mr. Blessing. I'm working at the Middelburg mine. I'm busy there with the
I'm not too sure. Is it your network or have you guys lost Tuli? Or you muted yourself?
It's underground.
Most probably it's a coal mine. In most coal mines, it's open cast. All right. Tuli, whenever you are back, please tell us more, because we want to find out what's happening with the coal belt, these coal mines, with this way that people are saying coal, non-renewable source of energy. What are we doing about it? What should we do about this issue that coal is non-renewable and the people should move on to solar and so forth? All right, so we want to hear people on the ground, people whose livelihoods is at stake, because it's easy to discuss such things because you are working maybe for Nedbank. All right, then there is this definition that you should know if you are doing economics. What is that? You should know micro versus macroeconomics. Micro, small. Macro, big. That's it. Once you know that, you are done and dusted. So microeconomics says, of these individuals, businesses, governments, which ones do we consider small? We consider small individuals. Sometimes in economics textbooks, they will say households. Businesses, they are also considered small in the bigger scheme of things. So how businesses and individuals make choices. All right, where are you making choices? The marketplace. On the marketplace of education, ReGenesys as a business came to sell its educational proposition. You as an individual bought that service. So that is a market. You can get a market where someone has got a spaza shop. You go to that spaza shop to buy a cool drink. It's a market. The business, the spaza shop owner, and how you made a decision to buy that cool drink. It could be a market where Take a Lot on their website, they advertise the latest oven or microwave. You bought it. It could be a market where you guys went on Shein in China. You bought. So the market can be anything. It can be anywhere. It can be a physical market. It can be online. So a market is a place where businesses come with their product, or we call them goods and services. Products could be goods that you can touch, or services like education you can touch. All right. So how you make decisions? Which product to buy, which clothes to wear, which foods to eat, which services to consume, which bank you bank with. That is it. That is microeconomics. So next time you are in your bank, don't just say I'm doing banking. Tell the banker, do you know I'm exercising a microeconomic decision? You guys are learned. You guys are brilliant. They are the best. All right. Sometimes you will have government also impacting that market. So government can say this industry is protected. No one can make firearms. Only Denel can make firearms. This industry, only ESCOM can sell electricity. This industry, so government can also come in. Government can come in and say this behavior is anti-competitive. ESCOM, not ESCOM. Why do I not think of ESCOM? Vodacom, you cannot buy Neotel. It's anti-competitive. You become too big. It's anti-competitive. All right, so government can also influence how the market works, how people make decisions. All right. And also with the tax. So you want to buy your whiskey, but now the sin tax, the excise duties has gone up 6.8%. Impact. Tendai, Aspamire, please go ahead and remember to introduce yourself.
Hi, Blessing. Good morning, everybody. I think an important context to look at it is in definitions is the aggregation between the two. When we look at microeconomics and macroeconomics, like the correlation between the two. Like, for example, if we are looking at microeconomics, we're looking at individual households, their expenditure, capacity to spend per household. At a macroeconomics level, we're now looking at the aggregate of those individual houses spending. That's when now you look at like your CPI indexes, you measure now other indicators as an aggregate of individual microeconomic indicators. So I just speak into the correlation of those two.
Fantastic. You've already spoken into it today, so I don't need. That's why I say that I shouldn't be lecturing this. You guys should just sit there. You guys are brilliant. That's fantastic. That's brilliant. So what Tina is saying is, if we add everyone in South Africa's decisions together, we've got macro. All right, but you didn't tell us where can we send our CVs? Maybe someone want to put in a CV in terms of marriage proposals if you're not married and so forth. So
we'll park that one for now. But for introduction, my name is Tendai. Professionally, I am the partnership and business development manager for a global multinational incubator. So we support incubators and accelerators in Africa and in Europe. So simply put, I help organizations fundraise, I help matchmaking internationally, I help startups to grow up their businesses. So simply put, I help organizations identify international and local strategic partnerships.
Tendai, you're the person we have been looking for. There's lots of entrepreneurs here. So in other words, are you looking for funding? Are you looking for people to help you in your business? Please get Tendai's details. He gets not only nationally, globally. So please, entrepreneurs, this is the chance. This is an opportunity. But you guys should pay me. I'm connecting you with all these people. I expect a brown envelope. Who's going to collect my brown envelope? I expect a thick one because I can't do this for free, really. All right, fantastic. But thanks, Tendai, for that. That's brilliant because ask any entrepreneur, what is the challenge that you face? It's about funding. It's about capital. So we've got someone who can help you with that. Don't take this opportunity. And anyway, we are going through the slide. Tendai, thank you for that help. Everyone's decisions together, we've got the national economy. And everyone's decision in the world, 8 billion people of us, we have got the global economy. So at that level, we start calling it macro. Microeconomic causes macroeconomics. But macroeconomics also influences micro. So how if two countries decide to fight, Ukraine and Russia, that's going to affect micro choices. If you are Ukrainian, maybe your peanut butter, you can't just get it anywhere because your favorite store is bombed and stuff like that. So macroeconomic decisions that happen nationally also impact you. If the Reserve Bank governor decides to increase interest rates, now you have to reduce your borrowings. So they are all interlinked. Fantastic. I'm even learning. You guys are brilliant. All right. Who did we not take? Oh, Petronella, I'm so sorry. I get excited because I'm learning from this class. This class, we shouldn't be having. In fact, I'll ask Patience if we can cancel the other 3 classes. Why should we have classes for intelligent people like you? Yes, Petronella, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Blessing. And you are helping me to improve one of my current weaknesses, which is patience, because I've been waiting a little bit long to speak now. So thank you for that. I just wanted
next time, just unmute yourself. Just unmute and speak. Don't worry about it. You're not disturbing. You can never disturb.
No, I couldn't speak because Tendai was on the floor. I don't like interrupting people.
But you can interrupt me. Don't worry about me. You can interrupt me.
All right, thanks, Blessing. So I just wanted to say, in terms of microeconomics, the other thing that probably influences individual choices are their economic standing in society, as well as whether they have specific needs or special needs, whether they have challenges in terms of accessing certain services. I think those are also some of the things that ultimately influences the macroeconomic choices of individuals specifically. And I'll use myself as an example. I choose any service that I have based on the accessibility of that service for persons that are unable to see like other people. So that's why I'm mentioning that. And then with regards to the influence of micro or macroeconomics, the influence on each other, I think one of the greatest examples was when the war between Ukraine and Russia started. Immediately oil prices went up, and we had to be up to 200 Rand for like a 500 milliliter fish oil, so that was a perfect example of how macroeconomics influenced microeconomics. Thank you.
Fantastic. Petronella, what's the term that we use for people with disabilities? Do we say people with disabilities, or what's the correct political term to use?
The correct political term is taken from the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So it's persons with disabilities, or people with disabilities, or disabled people. You can use those terms interchangeably, but not people living with disabilities, because the disability is not part of you. You are disabled because of the environment, not because of the impairment. Just briefly. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you. 223 people have learned something new. So thank you for that. That is brilliant. Yes, that is fantastic. So if you want to know why your cooking oil went up, that was the war in Ukraine. All right. Fantastic. But how are you seeing how to log in and so forth? Or how are you logging in if you've got a disability in terms of seeing?
That's where technology comes in. That's why I put on the chat earlier that technology is a tool that enables you either positively or negatively. So it's basically technology in terms of either audio enhancement or Zoom enhancement, in terms of text enhancement or audio support for vision impaired people. If it's someone with a hearing impairment, it would be a different accessibility feature that will enable them to access platforms. But yeah, that's again
fantastic. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. And these things, they impact how we make decisions. So for instance, I think there was a building where it was not accessible to people that use wheelchairs, and a government department wanted to rent that, and they couldn't. because all government departments, in fact, I think now it's all buildings. You should have a facility, or you should be a building where if I am on a wheelchair, I'm able to access all areas that everybody else accesses. All right, fantastic. So those decisions are fantastic. Sorry, those contributions very welcome. What are some of the issues that we find? I know I don't like the word problems. What are some of the challenges that we've talked about now? We've talked about the issue of that we make choices. We decide to buy cooking oil or what is that expensive one? Cooking oil or olive oil. We see people that shop at the Woolies. So you decide. We talked about the issue of scarcity. So these are things that you need to be wary of. Scarcity, nothing is inexhaustible. Nothing lasts forever. Everything is limited, including your time. All right, fantastic. And then we talked about the issue of incentives, to say incentives is what drives you. Why did you choose to be in this class? Why did you choose to buy Kellogg's cornflakes? Why did you choose to drive a German brand? Why didn't you choose to walk? Why didn't you choose to ride a bicycle? Why did you choose to stay where you stay? So there's an incentive. All right. Why are all these things happening? We have got a limit in terms of our money. No one has got inexhaustible amounts of money. Even the richest man, Elon Musk, when he was buying Twitter, our brother Elon Musk, when he was buying Twitter for that 44 billion, what did he do? He was looking for other people to help him out in buying Twitter, the richest man. So I'm using that because if he's the richest, it means all our incomes are below his. So if our incomes are below his, it means our incomes are limited. Price, in terms of the price you can charge, even Rolls-Royce, it does not charge R1 trillion for a Rolls-Royce. Maybe they will charge you 10 million or 12 million for their vehicle. So there's a limit to the price you can charge. And if you look vice versa, there's a limit to the price you pay. Yes, if bread is 20 Rand, you buy it. Maybe if they charge you for a loaf of bread, if they charge you 300 Rand, you'll say, hey, please, unless this bread is going to talk or to to just be swallowed into my system, I'm not doing it. So price is both ways. There's a limit to what you can charge as a business and what you are willing to pay. There's a limit to time. I talk ultimately to say, look at it this way: 120 years and you are done and dusted. Literally dusted. All right. So all these are things that economists, they then say, wait a minute, because of all these things, it means people make decisions, people make choices. Why do they make those choices? Because of scarcity. So what is the underlying decisions behind how they make choices? All right, fantastic. So behind these things is what we call factors of production. Factors of production. What are these? Lesego, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Blessing. When we go back to the previous slide, I was just thinking about environment, because I think if environment goes at the top, it influences choice and scarcity as well as incentive as well. I'll just take a typical example of a previous conversation that we were having with some friends, to say sometimes the environment is the reason, especially in South Africa, why people don't make it out Soweto. And there are certain environments that when somebody is born, it almost seems like the environment just works against them. And even if they can have good or want to have good choices or want to have certain incentives, the environment just seems to work against them, therefore influencing their choices, actually forcing their choices, not even influencing, because if I say influence, it means that you've got a good choice and a bad choice, and then you decide to take either or. But there are some communities that they are forced to take certain choices because the environment does not enable them to think far beyond what they are currently facing. The scarcity is so much in terms of the food, in terms of what they are being provided upon. I'll even just take a certain example of, let's say, a mall, for example. In certain environments, you won't even get malls. It becomes such a scarcity because of, infrastructure and so forth and so forth. Then you are left with like your spaza shops as the only option to then retain certain foods and certain products. So because, for example, there's people that have never walked into Woolies. It might sound strange, but they've never walked into Woolies. There's people that have never gone outside of their communities. They don't even think out. They don't even have a choice to think big. So I think maybe if we took environment and we put it right at the top, it would definitely be almost like a filter down of choices, scarcity, and incentive as well, because then it can also lead to crime. If crime is an incentive of how you see yourself getting out of that particular environment, then it goes into income, price, and what you do with your time as well.
Fantastic. Please tell us what else besides, we know you are from Soweto. Where are you working? We also want your number.
Well, I work for the SPA Group, and I have been learning and development specialist for the past 16 years. Currently, I am in Turk services, and I'm currently doing change management and training as well for projects from an IT space. So any projects that are coming in, I'm sure some of you guys might be aware of the SEP issue that we had a couple of years ago. I was not part of the team yet. But I'm around that environment. So I grew up in Soweto, but I've moved quite a lot. But my heart, they say you can take a girl from the Gussie, but you can't take the Gussie out of her. So that's a little bit of who I am.
All right, fantastic. And just for a few seconds, I know we are due for another break, but you made a statement to say environment forces someone. Forces someone. I think there's Lerato who has raised their hand. Can someone answer that? Can we say the environment, you are in a court, you've committed murder and say, please, you can't judge me for this murder. The environment forced me. Does environment force someone to, yes, Lerato, please go ahead. Answer that one for us.
Good day, everybody.
Yes, Lerato.
My name is Lerato Moloto. I just want to add on what so I just forgot your name because I was busy with my daughter preparing her. The lady from Soweto, ne?
Lesego.
Yes,
Mm.
Lesego, what you just said, it touched my heart. Really, I just want to attest to what you just added, and also I just felt let me just add my 2 cent experience with what you just said. I'm not a girl from the townships, but I found myself in the townships from 2021 to 2020 to date. Yeah. I was born and raised in Polokwane, Limpopo. My parents have 3 properties. We grew up in the rural areas, and then I moved when I was about 7 or 8, and then we moved to the suburbs in Flora Park, not far from Polokwane, all my life. So then I got a job in R&B F&B in Sandton. Then I relocated to Joburg GP. In 2020 when COVID started, and then I've been with R&B, I'll say F&B slash R&B because I was servicing R&B clients. Then I rented in Brimley because I'm from the suburbs. I don't know any life of the townships, but I'm happy that today I've got all experiences of living in the rural areas, the suburbs, and the townships. So I'm happy for what my parents did by having all these 3 properties in all those areas. So now, what I wanted to add is just this year, I just met this fantastic woman. She's an GBV activist. We just met this year just by the grace of God because I've been going to we've been dropping our kids to the same preschool in the township in Tembisa. And then because now I had to move from Bramley, my parents were like, you're not going to rent in Bramley whereby we have a property in Tembisa. You're going to have to stay in that property. And they were actually commanding me and making a decision for an adult. But then we don't know the plans of God. But then now I can see why everything happened. So now I met this fantastic woman. She's intelligent, number one. She's smart. She's educated. She's a GBV activist. She's a community builder. She's the list is endless. So she's been doing the community work or projects for 18 years now, because I saw her profile. But look where she is. She's in the township, and then she lost her job, number one, and then she's now doesn't have any income. The only income that she's having is only the rental income that she's getting from the backrooms that she did on her property. But then she's still owing the property. Okay, the property is still financed by another bank. I won't mention the name, and the car is still financed with another bank. But the thing that I want to touch on, the environment that you find yourself in, with all that is happening, her only son, whom the grandson is also going to my daughter to the same crèche, is guys, the boy is going through a lot. Okay, this woman is going through a lot. She's busy building the community. She's busy doing something for the community, but the son is not that he's busy collecting rubbish, rubbish in the townships, because there's no hope. Like, he doesn't see anything that is going to come out of his life. And both the mother and the son, they are both smart, they're both intelligent, they can be I don't know, man, I don't know the future, but I know, we can write off people, but God can never write off our lives. So this son, he's bringing shame to the mother, and the mother is busy counseling other youths. The mother is busy counseling other women. The mother is busy counseling people like us who, find ourselves like, but then what am I doing in the townships, But, and the mother is also connected with the counselors. The mother is connected with she goes to rallies and all these, events and everything. She even took me to the most, according to me, prestigious event, because I'm from the banking and insurance background. I had to meet for the first time, I had to meet and sit down next to a mayor, the mayor of Ekurhuleni. I was like, this woman is powerful. Does she even realize her power? But look what is happening around her. Like, I don't know, why can't she see and use the connection and everything? But again, it goes back to the environment. Yes, maybe other people don't have.
Sorry, Lerato. So can we say that the environment is forcing the son to act in that way? Does the environment force you to act in a certain way, or you still have got a choice?
Yes, I think the environment in their case is forcing them. Remember, she doesn't have income, number one. She's living off the rental income, and it doesn't even amount to 5K. Now, look what she's doing. From the 5K, I'm just going to give an example. I don't know how much, but it's less than 6K, guys. From the 5K, she has to pay half the bond.
All right. Okay. Or let me put the question this way. So is she involved in crime? So
no, she's not. She's not involved in crime.
So which means the environment did not force it, because if she was in a court and says, I stole because look, the environment forced you. That's what I'm saying. So even in that particular environment, she still had a choice to say she have chosen to be in a gang, to do drugs, but she chose something different. So you still have a choice. So that was the question I was asking. And it goes back to the statement that I gave you guys from the chairman of ReGenesys, to say the power to make a difference is within you. It's not your environment. So you, even in the darkest of darkness, you still have a choice. You have a choice to give up or to keep fighting. You've got a choice to do crime or not to do crime. You've got a choice to kill someone or not to kill someone. So that's where the issue was. But thank you so much for that. For the sake of time,
The son,
yes.
the son didn't choose crime. The son chose a good thing, but he's busy collecting rubbish that he's going to sell. The mother also didn't choose crime. She's still busy building up the community. But what I
Yes.
wanted to say is the income is not allowing them to actually make something out of the son's life, to take him to, help him to, I don't know, maybe. But then the income that she's getting from the rental income, she pays the bond and the car. So they are left with nothing to eat. They don't have anything to eat. I have to share and give them, food and everything. And then I'm trying to help the son, but how do I even start?
So,
Yeah,
so,
like how do we? You see,
Blessings.
sorry, Relato.
Blessing, I think we are losing trail. Not to be rude or
I
anything.
was having my hand up as well.
The team
Yeah,
has
yeah.
somehow agreed
Yeah.
to skip
Yeah,
the 11 o'clock break. If maybe we can,
Yes.
can we just
Yes. So fantastic. I hear you guys. So Lerato, thank you so much. That's a lovely way that you're helping the family with. So but again, it was just about the environment, to say, look,
And the
with
choice.
environment, you still have got choices that you can make from the
Yeah.
environment, but because we still have got a lot to cover, and there's
Yeah,
a number of
okay.
people that did their hand
Yes.
up, we'll
thanks.
give you later on. We'll also give you time to finish up with
Okay, thanks.
the story that
Thanks, people.
with that story, which is a
Alright.
very touching story. All right,
Okay.
fantastic. And anyway, how do you value someone's contribution? So why do I say this? Most people say, my role model is Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa was not the richest person. My role model is Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was not the richest person. So sometimes we focus too much on the money, to say, how much money have we made? Then you'll be someone. Not really. So there is a number of things that are there. All right, fantastic.
Blessing.
Yes. Let me give you a chance. Let me see the order of the ends.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, there's Bridget, then Daniel. Then I think for this round, we'll move on to the next section. Yes, Daniel, then we'll go to Bridget.
Blessing, I had my hand up immediately after Lerato started speaking, but it's fine
so
if
it
you
was
didn't
Petronella
notice
and then
me.
me.
Who is that?
So this is Bridget. So Petronella had her hand up first, and then it was me.
Okay, all right. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that hand. Yes, Petronella, please go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that I am from the Cape Flats. I grew up in Menenberg, one of the most gang-ridden areas in South Africa. I'm sure most of the people on this call might not even know where Menenberg is. But my contribution was just going to be to say that I don't believe it's environment. It's more about your choice in terms of how you engage with that environment. And I'll give a very brief example. I grew up in that area where gangsterism was at the height of the day, and I had to walk to school, and it was very far. And I became entrepreneurial by paying some other guys that were like big to walk with me to school so that I can be protected in terms of not being hurt by the gangsters. That's just one example. But the other thing I wanted to say was that exposure for me is what enables people to get out of that situation of believing that their world is the little world. And my example there will be again myself. At school, I went to a mainstream school. Every opportunity that there was for an extramural, whether it was outside, whether I didn't even know if I'm going to be able to participate given my issue that I explained to you earlier. But whenever there was something, I put my hand up, I went, and my mom didn't even have money, but I went. And then that gave me exposure. And it helped me to understand that there's a bigger world than Menenberg. And that's how I got out of it. So I would really say it's still choices. It's still about the choices that you make based on whatever environment you find yourself in. But thank you, Lerato, for the story. And I would really want to connect with the GBV activists that you were talking about in my work capacity. So please contact me.
Brilliant. So thank you so much, Petronella. And then So we'll do Bridget and then Daniel. The rest we'll get back to you when we do the next section. We just need to cover a bit. So which means you guys have taken up your break for this for this section. Don't blame me. Blame the lovely conversation that we're having. Yes, Bridget, please go ahead and please introduce yourself briefly.
Okay, so my name is Bridget Noktulamjali. I currently work for a asset management company. I am a manager in one of the operations department, in the admin department. I just wanted to say something short with regards to environment influencing you or being the factors that lead to certain decisions for certain individuals. I personally don't believe that the environment could force a person to do certain things. It boils down to choices. We all come from somewhere where we were not as privileged, and at the end of the day, whether we'd
I
like to
honestly
believe
feel
it
like
or
we're
not,
repeating the same thing. Class.
Let's give each other a chance. Thank you very much. Yes. So one of the ground rules is just respect the opinion of others. You never know what you learn from the contribution. Sorry to have muted. You can unmute yourself, Bridget, and briefly tell us your contribution.
thank you very much. As I was saying, I'm a fond believer of putting yourself out there. I also come from not a privileged background, but having had put myself out there and made a choice to say, I don't want to repeat the mistakes that my family has made and wanting to break those generational curses. There's a book that I read called The 5 a.m. Club, and it basically just speaks on you putting yourself in positions that you say you don't want to be in. At the end of the day, you have a choice. It may not be a easy choice to make. It may not be a easy out, but at the end of the day, it's the same as all learnings in life meet you exactly where you are. And as you grow greater, you understand better. So if I don't want to be in that position, I have a choice to make a difference and get myself out of it. You need to do whatever you have to do in your power to get yourself to the places you want to be in. It's not going to be given on a silver platter. I can go on and tell you my life stories, but the gist of the story is that we put ourselves in positions to say we don't want to believe. And when you grow greater, you'll understand what that means.
Fantastic. So please, if you can put the book in the chat, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
In this section, I'll give Daniel, and then we'll move on to the factors of production. Daniel, please go ahead, just briefly, so that we go to the factors of production.
Okay, thank you, Blessing, and I hope I'm clearly audible.
Yes.
My name is Daniel Ntini, and I am a technologist. I'm a CTO at Ulwembu Group, and I've been in the IT industry for about 18 years now.
What does the technologist do?
Well, I come from a software development background, and I'm now in cybersecurity. Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Brilliant.
My contribution on the environment is I actually wanted to say our environment can certainly influence the decisions that we make, right? And sometimes in ways we don't actually even realize. For instance, factors like cultural norms, your economic conditions, your social expectations, and even your physical surroundings. Someone mentioned about a resource scarce environment like Soweto, right? Your decision making becomes pro survival and practicality. While someone who's coming from a more affluent position, your decision making may be more freedom to focus on personal passions and long-term goals. So I believe the environment can definitely have an impact, but also while the environment plays a significant role in that decision-making process, it actually does not dictate in terms of our decisions, because we've got as humans the ability to reflect, adapt, and make choices as we go. But I believe the crucial point that I'm trying to put across here is if you have the freedom to think about 5 years to come, then your decision-making process is different to someone who's thinking about how they are going to finish this day. So it has got a very serious impact to how you make your decisions. Thank you.
Fantastic. That's brilliant. And that's very profound to say the environment, you have to be aware of the environment and how the environment influences you to make choices. All right. Fantastic. I think let's move on to the factors of production. So how do we have these products? How do you have your shoes, your clothes, the education that you guys are consuming right now? How do you get these things? The teams that you are logged in, it's a product from someone. So how do these come about? So economists realize that we need 4 things. We need 4 things to make goods and services. What are those 4 things? The 4 things are don't know. All right, fantastic. The first thing is the land. So land is things on the land, your trees, your soil, underneath the land, your minerals, your coal, your gold, in the seas, the fish, if there's gas in the oceans. So that is the land. Number 1, you need land. Number 2, you also need people to work. Labor. Labor is companies, they need people to work. So even if you say, no, we are using robots, those robots were made by someone. So, so for you to have anything, really, labor is a non-negotiable. For you to KFC and get your Streetwise too, there's people that are working for you to get that. All right, for you to go to a bank, for you to open your current account, your savings account, labor. Then we need the capital. What is capital? Is the money, is the so sometimes you can say, I am like what Daniel was saying, I'm a technologist. So as a technologist, you can put your know-how to say, let's start the business, but my contribution to this business is my know-how, my knowledge. So capital is not just the money. Yes, it is the money. It could be the know-how. Someone can say, I've got a bakkie. Let's start a transport company. My contribution is a bakkie. It could be things. So capital is money, is knowledge, is assets that you can put into the business. Then the 4th factor of production is the one that puts everything together. Entrepreneurship, business people. Business people, number 1, they look for capital. They use that capital on their premises, in their whatever businesses that they are operating. They also employ people. That is why governments all over the world are encouraged. You have to be pro-business, encourage business. You have to have an environment that is business friendly. Why is it important? Because entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship is a factor of production. Entrepreneurship is a factor of production. Now, I'm going to ask a question, and we are going to give, I think it was Kevin who had his hand up, an opportunity to answer this question. So economists have come up with these 4 factors. So if they ask you in your sleep, what are the factors of production? There's 4 of them. Land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship, done and dusted. How they combine to produce things, that's it. Now, the next question I want to ask is the question that economists all over the world are still asking about. What about technology? Can we say technology is the 5th factor of production? What do you guys think? Whatever you're thinking is most probably correct. So those, I remember Kevin didn't have a chance to speak. Anyone else who didn't have a chance to speak, please tell us. Is technology supposed to be included or we exclude it? What about technology, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, who is number 1 on the list? Tedai, then Alex. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Blessing. I hope I won't turn and spin off the conversation into a therapy. I will be very succinct in my response. I think we would be making a critical error in not including technology as one of the drivers or factors of production. If you look at even the evolution of industrialization, at a certain point, machinery, those that failed to include machinery in their forms of productions, they lag behind. If you look at even national or country developments, those that have adopted technology, that is one of the main distinguishing factors of developed versus developing countries, the adoption of technology. Look at economies like Japan versus economies like Malaysia, Indonesia, maybe global south economies like maybe Uganda, Malawi. The integration and inclusion of technology is a fundamental factor in making sure that there is production. So I think it is actually should be at the center of the four.
Fantastic. So you're saying technology, should it be a separate one, or you are saying technology, before we go to Alex, you're saying technology is in land. Technology is in the way you labor, they are using tech. Are you saying it should be a standalone?
That's the first one. Before we even mention land, I think we should mention technology.
All right. So you're saying there should be 5. All right. Okay, fantastic. Alex, please go ahead.
Hello again. Hi, blessings. Hi, team. So my name's Alex Matan. I'm actually from a distribution company for Adobe products, and I also focus on e-learning platforms to sub-Saharan Africa. So my take on this is that technology and being involved with software is actually intertwined with all of these 4 factors. I don't think that it should be on its own. I think it actually influences land and labor and capital and entrepreneurship, because either way, depending on what it is that you're focusing on and where your business strategy goes, you would need technology for land, for machines, to assess natural resources, things like that. In terms of labor, you could also use it for, different aspects like training, for instance, especially if you're needing to upskill, reskill people and to give them better and equip them better. And then capital, obviously, if you're selling something like technology solutions, then you'd use software and technology to create your products to sell to markets. And then obviously entrepreneurship, to do things like, for instance, using Pastel for your finances within your organization and whatnot. So I do think they're actually all intertwined. I don't think that it's actually a segment on its own or a factor of its own.
All right, fantastic. One view, technology is separate. Another view, technology is part of all these 4. Charles, then we'll stop at 1. Charles, what's your take on that?
Hi again, Blessing.
Yes.
So my take on this is technology actually is a subdivision of capital. Because what do I mean by that? Because in capital, it's all the instruments and tools that can be used for production of goods or services. So for example, case in point being a computer. A computer is a technological advancement that is used to render services, basically. So, and the other thing is that I wanted to actually run past you is regarding finance. As I was reading through my study guide, you mentioned that money can be capital, but money is actually financial capital based on what I picked up, and it's not a productive resource. So when we speak of capital in terms of factors of production,
if we can keep our mics muted, yes, yeah. Please go. I can still hear you. Maybe might need to unmute. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So as I was saying, money, based on what I was reading, maybe you can clarify there. It shouldn't be part of factors of production because it's not a productive resource. It can acquire the capital required to actually implement the services or the goods, but it's not a productive resource. So maybe if you can clarify there.
All right, fantastic. That's brilliant. Before I answer on the issue of money, we said we'll stop at one. What's your take on this issue of technology?
Sorry, Blessing. No, I agree 100% with Charles and Alex on this one. Hence, I took my hand down. But essentially, if we're looking at capital, anything that can be leveraged falls into the category of capital. Okay. Technology enhances the production process. If I'm manufacturing boxes I need a place to do that. I need a factory. I need some place to do it. I need hands to do it. And me being the business owner or the entrepreneur, I take the risk in doing that. Where we come in with technology here, I can enhance the process with a machine that packages it, but I still need the operator. I still need the premise to do that. And it's the same with money. I might have R5 in my pocket, but in order to carry out this endeavor, I'm going to leverage that R5 to try and get $50 and then pay back my investors.
All right.
And there's the role of capital. Cool.
Brilliant. So just to close off this discussion, because I said we'll stop at one. The others, thank you guys for your willingness to participate. So with the technology, ladies and gentlemen, economists are still not agreed. So the same differences in views that we've got is the same economy. Some will say, let's put it as a fifth. Others are saying it's part of the four. So even economists, so don't feel like, we couldn't agree. Economists are still not agreeing on technology. Fantastic. Yes, so capital is, so it's like an entrepreneur. All that he does is put together the other three so that they make resources. So also capital encourages you to put together things that you then use to produce product. So that's why we put in capital as part of the factors of production. All right. Fantastic. So this issue of technology is ongoing. So until...
Sorry, Blessing.
Yes.
I had my hand up. I'm not sure if you saw it.
Yes, I saw. I said we'll stop at one because we've got so much things to cover. But I'll give you guys an opportunity because we'll spend the whole day. You guys are too brilliant. We can spend the whole day on one thing if we. I'm just capping the number of contributions so that we keep moving. You'll see that there's a lot of things that we need to cover. Sorry about that. All right.
No, I just wanted to say, in terms of technology, this is really the field that I'd like to know how you perceive it, because for me, I think technology should be a standalone. It should not be part of anything, because we are now into a digital world. The way we work, it's the way we love, it's the way we do. So I'm a little bit just, I just wanted to maybe understand if we're going to get some kind, if you can maybe give access to resources where we can read up a little bit more about this, because for me, this is, I don't believe that technology is a part of anymore. It should be a standalone because of the way the world has moved and the way where we are going in terms of digital and technology is anything that is made to help us. It's not just digital devices.
Yes. So agreed. So that's why I say that even economists are not agreed. So there are economists like you, Petronella, that believe like, let's put technology as a standalone. Then there's economists that also are fairly saying, look, if you look at the way land is being done now, the way people work the land and the type of machinery that is on the land, if you look at, so land is embedded in all the other factors of production. I thought the person who was going to talk about capital was going to say crowdfunding, for instance. It never used to be there. How did crowdfunding as a way of raising capital, how did it come about? Technology. So technology, you also find it being used extensively in all the others. So that one is an open-ended. So there's no, I know you guys want us to say, yes, let's put technology like that. Even economists are not yet agreed. So that's why I put it out there to say technology is still something that economists are still debating. All right. Fantastic. We're talking about the incentive to say everyone makes choices. Households, they make choices. But what is the driving? What is the incentive? Because now you're thinking, my incentive is to pass. That's why I'm in this class. Another person is, my incentive is to be promoted. So generally, when we consolidate households or individuals' incentive, we call it utility. Utility. Your incentive is to maximize your satisfaction. You might be satisfied if you are promoted. You might be satisfied if you get the degree. So when we analyze individuals, we say, what makes you make a choice is if you enjoy the thing, if you enjoy the results, if you enjoy whatever it is that you have chosen to do, that is it. So utility maximization, generally. I know there is unique people that they love pain. They don't want to be satisfied with anything. They love to be in pain. So we are saying generally. You find that in economics, we use the average. They'll call it average person. They're not saying the person is average. They're just saying generally, this is what the majority of people, there's outliers out there. So utility is satisfaction. People want satisfaction. What about businesses? With businesses, generically speaking, businesses, what determines the choices that they make is money. They want to make money. They want to make profits. So it's seldom you get a business that just goes out there and say, we are doing this for charity. There's nothing like a free lunch. If they do not tell you the price, maybe you are the product that they are trading. All right. So if you're not paying for Facebook, it means you are the product. All right. Fantastic. So businesses, they want to make money. They want to make profit. So it means the choice for a business like Take-A-Lot to be in South Africa or to be in these fulfillment centers is about making money. The choice for KFC to be near your street corner is about making money. So the choices of businesses is about making money. Choices to put some kind of technology in their business is about making money, profit maximization. Generally. I know some of you say, no, but there's other businesses that are different. Yes, we agree, but generally, on a balance of probabilities. All right. What about governments? Hey, I put question marks there. What about governments? What would be the general incentive for South Africa to send these troops to DRC, for South Africa to give social grants? What would be the idea behind Russia invading Ukraine? What would be the idea behind America having tariff wars with its neighbors and everyone? What motivates the government? What do you guys think? Whatever you're thinking is most probably correct. So for those that were not able to contribute, what would you think the government's incentive to make choices is? Yes, please go ahead, Kevin.
Hello, Blessing.
Yes.
So I believe the government's incentive of making choices is to serve its people.
All right. Fantastic. So government is about serving people, is about service delivery. Fantastic. That's brilliant. Rorisang, I saw your hand went up. Rorisang, please go ahead. All right. Nathan, you can go ahead.
Good day, leadership. I think governments should mainly choose on how to spend their taxes that they collect from us. I think so.
Yes.
Thank you.
So drives them how to spend. What made them choose to increase VAT by 0.5%? What made them increase the excise duties? What is that in? What advised the government to do what it did? All right, fantastic. So, is there anyone else?
Hi, it's me, Blessing.
Yes, please go ahead.
I think government should be more involved in terms of consulting society and looking at societal needs before they make decisions, because ultimately, like the VAT decision, it wasn't just made lightly. It was taken based on what is happening in terms of the money that we owe, but also how much what we need in terms of the environment that we are in currently. So the economic status that we are in. So I think what government does, which is our main role, is to create an enabling environment. But to do that, we have to be closer to understanding the needs of society. And that we do by looking at consulting and engaging and having stakeholder engagements with society. Like what social media, they gave people. So I think that's part of government's role, not to just take decisions or just make a policy choice, engagement with society.
All right, fantastic. So listen, guys, the underlying incentive for governments, generally, governments all over the world, is service delivery. Why did they deliver? To make sure that their citizens are safe, because they are thinking the threat from Russia is generally, governments is about service delivery. They want to deliver services to the poor, services to the rich, make sure that the country performs well. Service delivery in terms of infrastructure, service delivery in terms of grants. So service delivery manifests in a number of ways, but generally for governments, service delivery. All right, households, satisfaction. Businesses, profit. Government, service delivery. All right, fantastic. Charmaine, I see your hand went up. You don't agree?
Good day, sir. I actually
Yes.
do agree, because the government has to look after as well the local government. Recently, the president spoke about that the local government is not doing great. So that's why they went to do an oversight. And now, because of the service delivery in terms of local government, it's declining. Even the collection with the city of Johannesburg, it's declining, because most of the poorest, they're not paying for the tax and rates. So they need to get funding somewhere. So that's where the government is coming in. So with the government coming in, that means the service delivery will further decline. So
All
I'm
right.
thinking, yeah.
Fantastic. So fantastic. That's brilliant. You are giving examples of where that happened. So the underlying, the motivation is service delivery. The motivation is service delivery. All right. Fantastic. So let's move on from this section. Thank you, everybody. We want to go to the economic problems. So before we get to the economic problems, let's set up the scene. What is that scene? Number one, we have resources. Our gold is limited. Our air is limited. Everything that you see is limited. The sea itself is limited. The land size is limited. That's why there's borders. So there is a finite in terms of resources. So that becomes something that we need to think about. So even the knowledge and skills that are required for economic analysis and decision making, these knowledge and skills are also in limited supply. You do not have a limitless number of skilled professionals. That's why we always ask governments to be educating people and so on, make sure that there is a skilled workforce and so forth. So the knowledge and skills that you guys are acquiring right now to analyze economic, it is critical. That's why you do economics, because for you to then be conscious of what you are doing as individuals, as teams, as organizations, as institutions, as government or society, you need to know that, you know what I'm doing is actually an economic decision. What I'm doing impacts the economy. So that is very critical. So given all these things, what is the basic economic problem that faces every country everywhere in the world? Is three questions. A country has to answer these three basic problems. What are those questions? The first question is this. I want to go to the, all right, there we go. So the first question that economists have to answer is, or countries have to answer, or businesses have to answer, or individuals thereof. Number one question is what goods and services to produce. So if you go to Dubai started doing man-made tourism. They had to answer that question because they were doing oil. They realized oil is running out. So they were asking the question, what goods and services should we be in? For South Africa to do tourism, for South Africa to export gold, to mine platinum and so forth, it's a decision that the government has made. For the government to give 350 Rand social grants, it's a service that they are giving. They had to decide during COVID, are struggling. So we're going to pay the 350 grand. For the government to do the TS program, the temporary employee, whatever adjustment, where they pay your salary bill as a business, it's a decision. So what goods and services to produce is a question that continually, on a day-to-day. Today, you actually ask yourself that question. Maybe you went to the shop, you bought margarine or rice, you were asking which goods and services. All right. Then, after you decide on which ones to produce, number two, you say, how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you set up the factors of production, land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship? How do you set themselves up? If you go to China, they might say we are a communist country. As a communist country, government is central in making sure that they give tenders, they assign jobs, they assign. So for them, it is fine. If you go to America, they'll say we are capitalist, free market. Whatever you want to do is the American dream. Whatever you want to produce, you want to do rockets that fly people to space, it's fine. You can do it. So how you set up the factors of production? If you go to North Korea, Kim Jong-un with his people, factors of production, there's a different way that they set up those factors of production. But it's a question that they have to answer. What to produce, how to do it. When the government of South Africa said, Department of Basic Education, employ 10,000 teachers assistants. It was a decision that they made. Employing 10,000 teachers assistants is how to produce education. Then the final question out of these three is for who? For who are we producing these goods? For who are we producing these goods? So for you guys, you are thinking, but that's so easy. Yes, for some businesses like Pick and Pay, like NetBank, so you can't go to NetBank and say, give me a current account, I don't want to pay. So for some businesses, it's who can pay. Then for other businesses like NGOs, like I was talking about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they give some of these vaccines for free. Or you go to this department that was closed down recently, which anti-terror to a number of people for free. All right, although there's nothing like a free lunch, you should always dig deeper. So for who, if it is some business, is easy. If you can pay, that's it. You cannot walk into a Toyota dealership and just take the Toyota Prado. Say, that's it, I'm very needy, I'm in need of transport, I'm going with it. If you can pay, that's it. But for some, we want to make sure that no child goes hungry to school. Then government decides to do what? They decide to institute the learner nutrition program. Every learner, when they get to school, they are given a meal. Government had to make that decision to say, we give to everyone. No child is paying for it. We give to everybody. So for who that product, that service is being done, every child. So it is the decision. Same governments, if you go to other countries, you pay. You want your child to eat, you pay. So for who to produce is not just an easy or whoever can pay. So who is consuming? Household, as I said earlier, households is individuals and governments. It includes individuals and governments. Businesses are also consuming. Your business, you've got an office. So that is a product that you are consuming, that office space, if you don't own the building. Your business has got laptops. Your business has got vehicles. Your business has got machinery. So you are also, on one end, yes, you are a business, but you are also a customer on the other end. So people that make that TLB, they sold it to you. The people that make that truck, they sold it to you. So when they were selling it to you, you were a customer. Governments are also customers. So there is companies like Oracle. Oracle makes products that will say, this we are doing for defense government, defense departments. There is Boeing that makes fighter jets for government. So government is also a consumer. Government also buys vehicles. You have seen ministers traveling in BMWs. Those BMWs were made by a company called BMW. When BMW was making that company, those vehicles, it was thinking, who are our customers? Governments, yes. That's why they would then say, we have got a bulletproof, we need to make it in a certain way, and so on. Fantastic. So government is also a consumer. So for who is not just, you don't think of individuals, that's it, done and dusted. The basic economic question that each person, each government, each business is to answer: number one, what goods and services to produce? Number two, how do we produce these goods and services? Do we use a lot of technology? Do we use a few? Do we go offshore, as in we go to another country, or not? Apple, for instance, decides, how do we produce the iPhone? Okay, we know how to produce it. The hardware, let's ask Foxconn from China to make the hardware. But we'll do the software. So they make the shell, the hardware of the iPhone, send it to America. The Apple then put in the software. It's how they decided to do it. All right, fantastic. For who is, it goes into your pricing. So Apple is not really targeting the lower LSM. LSM means in terms of aiming. If you go to Ferrari, they are not thinking of poor people when they produce their Ferrari. In fact, there was a documentary I watched for Rolls-Royce. So Rolls-Royce says, our customer, the customer that we're targeting, is someone who already has got 10 or more vehicles. So that's for who they are producing. You go to Cherry, for instance. Maybe Cherry, they are saying the person who is buying their first car, we are targeting that one. For who? All right. So what to produce, how to produce, for who to produce. All right. I've seen this hand for a while now. And please go ahead. Your hand has been up for a while. I'm sorry about that. Please go ahead.
Oh, no. I think the questions have been answered. I should have put that down. Thank you so much.
So introduce yourself since you have got the floor.
I feel like I'll take too much time, so I'm going to make it an elevator one. My name is Entle, and I'm a student here. I am here to learn. I think that's what's most important right now. So thank you so much, everyone.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is brilliant. All right. So economists, as some of you have just been saying, I think it was Petronella was saying, government should do this, government should do that, government should be doing this, and so on. So also economists, they do the same thing. What does economics do? So economists, sometimes they tell you what is happening. What is happening? Russia has invaded Ukraine, so the price of cooking oil has gone up. That's what is happening. What should have happened? Russia should not have invaded Ukraine so that the price of cooking oil would not have gone up. So economists, sometimes they tell you exactly what is. Economists, they tell you what ought to be. Now you are thinking, but that's obvious. What ought to be is when you're proposing policy to government. Government, when you're spending money, spend it on productive sectors of the economy. Like what? Build roads, build the rail, build ports. You are saying what the government ought to do. You can easily go to the same budget and say, government has decided to increase VAT by 0.5%. That is what has happened. So what is, economists will tell you what is, why. They study it, they've looked at it, they've analyzed it, they know, then they just tell you this is what it is. What ought to be is where they are playing an advisory role. Both are economics. So economics, what is and what ought to be. All right, fantastic. Charles, I saw your hand went up. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask if we're not taking any break now.
Oh, we are about to go for lunch. The other break, you guys took it because you contributed quite a lot. So our lunch is still ending at 12:30. I know we are 2 minutes into the lunch already. Someone is angry, thinking, geez, I cannot wait to eat. All right. Fantastic. So after lunch, we are going to test that in the thing that we said, when we are making choices, there's an incentive. For individuals, it's utility. For government, it's profits. For businesses, it's profit. For governments, it's service delivery. We want to test it. Say, is that true? Can we test? Because if economics is truly a social science, we are going to test that thing called utility. So after lunch, we want to start off with analyzing this thing that we said, individuals, they are guided by the satisfaction utility. So we want to analyze and study utility. I will see you guys at 12:30. I know I have taken 3 minutes of your lunch, but that's fine. You shouldn't eat too much because we've got a lot to cover today. So 12:30, we come back and we look at this incentive. Why individuals make decisions by studying what is utility. So at 12:30, we resume. Thank you, guys. I will see you at 12:30. Oops, sorry about that. If you guys, okay. Someone is forgetting to mute. All right, I will select Angela Ndaba. Angela, you love pizza. We want to do the experiment with you to see if economics is really a social science. So there's no right or wrong.
Yes, I love that.
All right, fantastic. So let's say we can measure the satisfaction that you get from pizza. -10, my pen is not writing. -10 means you are heartful. You don't want the pizza anymore. All the way to +10. +10 means this pizza, I love it. It's a delight to eat. All right, fantastic. So if we buy for you your favorite pizza, we give you one large pizza, we say, eat it and finish it. After you finish eating the pizza, we ask you on a ranking, on a scale between +10, being very satisfied, -10, not satisfied. What rating would you give that, the satisfaction, level of satisfaction for the first pizza? Who is answering for
Can
us?
I ask which pizza it is? It's not a vegetarian, right?
You tell us, what's your favorite pizza?
Has to have a lot of chicken.
So you love the chicken pizza, so it's a chicken pizza.
Chicken and cheese.
We are giving you a chicken and cheese pizza. So
Plus
the first
10.
+10, all right, fantastic. So satisfaction +10. We realize you really love this. Then we buy you another large pizza. How many slices is a large pizza? Is it 8 slices? We say to you, soon after you finish the first one, eat and finish it. And tell us the level of satisfaction soon after you finish the first one. On a rating from +10 to -10, what rating would you give? How much is the satisfaction? How much is the enjoyment of the second one soon after the first one? So you can give any between the ranges -10 to +10. You can give any number. There's no right or wrong answer. We just want to test utility.
It's going to be sitting at 8, like +8, because I'm full now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you are saying you are full. So the satisfaction reduces to +8. We say we are still seeing that you are happy with these things. We buy you a third one, and we say eat and finish it. This third one. What will be your rating of the satisfaction?
It will be like a punishment, but I'll give it a +6.
All right, +6. We say eat and finish. We buy you a fourth one. Satisfaction is reducing. We buy you a fourth one, and we say eat and finish the fourth one. While this we are watching you, what will be the satisfaction for the fourth one?
Yeah, it will be +2.
All right, fantastic. We still see that you are still enjoying it. We buy the fifth one, and we say number 5, eat number 5 and finish it. What will be your satisfaction?
At this point, it will be sitting at -10 for sure.
All right, fantastic. You go to the extreme end and say, you know what, you guys, this is too much. I'm done. Ladies and gentlemen, that is utility. What we have just done here is utility. What have we shown? Number 1, the first column, we're discussing the number of pizzas. That's the first column. The second column, what Angela was showing us is the marginal utility. What is marginal utility? Marginal utility is the additional satisfaction you get from consuming the next product. What satisfaction from consuming the next product? What is the satisfaction? And she has also shown us that she is so when we use average in economics, average is not like a bad word. Average just means normal. In fact, we shouldn't say normal even, because everyone is normal. I'm looking for a politically correct. So generally, okay, generally.
It is generally accepted.
Yeah, generally, what not accepted, because everyone should be accepted. Even the outliers, we should accept everybody. So generally, this is what human beings, this is the behavior of human beings. What is the behavior? The more you do of something, the less the satisfaction. Your marginal utility, the additional satisfaction you receive from doing an activity, whatever activity it is, your satisfaction reduces generally. All right. So your satisfaction is reducing. So that is the marginal utility. What about the total? So MU, marginal utility. What about the total utility? Total utility that she has shown us here is like this. Total utility for the first product will be exactly as the marginal utility for the first one. Total and marginal exactly the same for the first one. So for the first one, we will say the total utility or the total satisfaction is 10. All right, fantastic. Then we go to the total utility for the second one. To calculate the second one, we say what was the first one's total utility plus the second one. Oh, that pen is encroaching. All right. So to calculate the total utility for the second one, we say first one's total utility plus the marginal utility for the second one is equal to the total utility. So 10 plus +8. So that gives us an 18. All right, fantastic. What about for the third one? Total utility for the third one, we'll say the second one's total utility plus the third one's marginal utility is equal to, so 18 plus 6 gives you, so 18 plus +6 gives you a 24. All right. What about for the fourth one? For the fourth one, we'll say for the third one, 24 plus the marginal utility for the fourth one which is 24 plus positive 2 gives you a 26. What about for the fifth one? For the fifth one, we'll say positive 26 plus negative 10. Then we have got a 16 total utility.
36.
Yes, 16, because it's 26 plus a negative 10. So 26 plus a negative 10 gives you a 16. So based on this chart, we can advise Angel to say, Angel, from an economist perspective, we can advise you when to stop eating pizza. Why? Because we know for human beings, you want to maximize utility when your utility is at its highest, when total utility is at its highest. If you go into this column for total utility and say, when is the highest level of total utility? You will see that at the fourth one, at 26, that's the highest level. So to reach this level of satisfaction, we say to Angel, you should always, when you're eating pizza, eat 4 of them. That's it. That is the issue of choice, utility. So that's the driving force. Obviously, it's not easy to measure utility, but generally, your satisfaction. What is your utility, your total satisfaction for education services, your total satisfaction for banking services, total satisfaction for sugar, for tea, for bologna, for so you can calculate this thing for any product that you consume. And then from there, you decide, you know what, at 3 cars, I'm enough. Maybe at 15 cars, maybe it's 20 cars. People will have different, we can say, tolerance of satisfaction. So marginal utility, total utility. All right. Fantastic. Now, let's ask the question. Now you guys know how to do marginal utility and total utility. For in 2 minutes, can you guys, in the next 2 minutes, can you complete for me this graph here? Can you complete for me the marginal utility column? In 2 minutes, can you complete the marginal utility column? Since you know how to calculate utility, we've just done it just now. In 2 minutes, can you calculate for me that marginal utility column? If anyone is done, tell us, how did you do it? How did you complete the marginal utility? It's quick. These things makes you to digest your food very quickly. Petronella, just minding, Petronella, you are able to follow some of these tasks. Johan, please go ahead. Johan, please go ahead.
Yeah, I am able to. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Blessing. I think
Yes,
somebody had
please.
their hands up before me, but so I just took the difference from the first row to the second row,
right.
and then just propagated it down the lot here. So the first one, we're looking at 15, 8, 7, negative 13, negative 15.
All right, that was very quick. Some people did not follow. So for the first one, how did you calculate the marginal utility for the first one?
It's the difference between 65 and 50, which
No,
gave
so
me
for
15.
number one, what do we put here in here?
50, that should be the same, isn't it?
Yes, fantastic. So for the first one, you say marginal and total are the same.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. What about for number 2? How did you calculate the ones that you then gave me?
That's the difference. That would be 50.
The difference.
Yeah.
The difference between what and what?
50 and 65. The first
Fantastic.
item and the second item, that gave us 15.
Fantastic.
And the difference between the second item and the third item, which is incorrectly labeled.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing that now.
Which we said 8. Okay,
All right.
and then what's the And the difference between the third item and the fourth item, and the difference between the fourth item and the fifth item.
Fantastic, brilliant. So that's it. So I purposely put the columns. So I'm just going to go to the. I'm sorry for those that are still calculating, but I said this should be quick. It's not something that we should spend our time on. I purposely switched the columns. So in this one, we had our marginal utility first and total utility at the end. Here, I started with total utility first. So how you then calculate the marginal utility is because earlier when we were using Angel, we started with the marginal. Now here we've got the total. So to calculate backwards to the marginal, for us to get to the marginal utility for the second one, always make this rule. You say total utility for number 2 minus number 1. Total for number 2 minus 1. So 65 minus 15. Very important. You will see just now. So this one, you guys should have a 15. For the third one, which we have corrected the labeling there, you then say the total for the third one, 73 minus the previous one. 73 minus 65. What is 73 minus 65? Anyone?
8.
Anyone? 8. All right. Fantastic. So we'll put our 8. For the fourth one, you will say 60 minus 73. 60 minus 73. You get a negative
13.
Fantastic. You get a negative 13. Never, ever forget the negative, because utility can be negative. Something can be a pain. So that's utility. You are not enjoying it anymore. Like what Angel said, the fifth pizza, I'm no longer enjoying it. All right. Then for the fifth one, you then say 45 minus 60. Negative
15.
15.
All right.
15.
Negative 15. So if this was Angela's, if this was Angela's graph, at what point should she stop eating pizza? At what point should she stop eating pizza? How many pizzas should she eat for her to maximize her utility?
Just one.
But let's test that. At 1, if she goes at 1,
Sorry, 3 pizzas.
Fantastic. It's on 3 pizzas. So 3 pizzas, that's where your utility is highest. 73.
Yeah.
At 1, the total utility is 50. Yes. Fantastic. That's it. So that's it. That's utility, ladies and gentlemen. That's economists. So economists are not studying. Well, it's fancy, but still, they look at what is happening. They will take Angel and say, Angel, eat the pizza. Want to start the utility. So next time you see utility and so forth. Now, I'm asking the person, oh, no one is raising their hand. Can someone tell us, if we go to your parents, what kind of utility did they have for educating you? Your parents, are they having a positive utility, or maybe they are hurtful? They're like, hey, educating this person. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. Anyway, that was so you guys were supposed to look at that a little bit differently. So utility. For those that are married, you should be asking your spouse when you get home. Let's calculate our utility for our marriage. Okay, all right. Just to show that you are learning. All right. Fantastic. Those things we have discussed. So there is one more thing that I want to introduce besides that, choices and so forth. Because we are making choices, because of scarcity, there is this thing called trade-off. Trade-off. If I can use the thing, let's take your parents, the example that I was asking, your parents educating you, sending you to school. There's a trade-off. Your father or your mother, they could have bought themselves a house, they would have bought themselves a car, they would have sent themselves on holiday. Yes, please go ahead.
Just a quick question. Just from the example you made with marriage, what would you put in the columns then?
You don't want to be married anymore.
No, I'm not married. I'm not married. But what would you put in your different columns? I mean, in your different rows, number of spouses. Like, how do you measure your satisfaction as you go with the different rows? Is it like what? Because you only have one wife or husband.
This can only come from someone who's not married. If you're married, you would know that question would not even come up. Well, especially if for those that believe in the one wife.
Correct me, please. It must be a polygamous marriage then, because what's going to be on your 1, 2, 3? So I'm just trying to.
All right. So
this might
you
apply in something
you can
else.
put the number of years and so on. But actually, I never thought of that.
Okay.
I never thought of that.
Satisfaction as the years go on. Okay,
Yeah,
that
as
makes
years
sense.
go
Thank
by.
you. All right.
In fact, there was this debate in Germany where Germany, they said there's too many divorces. They calculated and said on average after 7 years people get divorced. So they said the marriage so they wanted to make the marriage contract real story. Marriage contract 7 years. After 7 years you come and renew. That's how challenging it was in Germany.
But
anyway,
according to what our exercise here, let's say my total utility, my highest utility was at the number 7. Does it mean after 7 years I stop the marriage? Maybe.
Yeah. We go to court and divorce. We go our separate
okay.
ways. Our satisfaction is.
I understand. You've reached the peak. Okay, thank you.
But for those that believe in multiple wives or multiple husbands, let's not exclude because women are also allowed to marry as many husbands. What would be your satisfaction? Solomon, it's the 1,000. No one wants to go on that one because you guys are thinking of.
You can give us 2,000.
Are you sorry? Are you just satisfaction with the?
I'm not too sure why you're.
Petronella's sound is poor.
Yeah. Petronella, sorry, we didn't get you. All right. Sorry, Petronella, I'm not too sure what's happening with your connectivity. But anyway, so you guys can play around with these things. When you start applying them in real life, it means you understood them. All right. So I was talking about trade-off. Trade-off, I said there's a sacrifice. There's something that you give up. Trade-off is you give up. When you make a choice, you give up something. Like for coming to class, trade-off for coming to this class, maybe you could have gone for golf. Maybe you could have been with your kids. Maybe your kids were playing sports somewhere. Maybe you would have gone on a date. So you have to give up something. Every time you make a choice, you give up something. You trade off. There's something that you need to, there's something that you sacrifice, although we don't call it a sacrifice. So you understand it better from your parents. Also from South Africa. South Africa's trade-off is that time during COVID where the president said, we are going to pay the 350 Rand grant. That money, we could have used it for schools, for hospitals, for buying the masks and sanitizers. But we decided to give it as grants to people. So every time, any decision that you make, there's a trade-off. So you should always ask yourself, what is the trade? What am I giving up? What is the sacrifice? So that is a big thing in economics. Why? Because economists, they always want to know what you have to give up. What you give up, we can measure it, the trade-off. We can measure the trade-off, and we call that trade-off, what do we call it? Opportunity cost. What is the opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is the cost of the decision that you had to forego, the things that you had to forego. The opportunity cost for sending you to school, my child, I did not buy another vehicle. The opportunity cost for me to come to class, I could not go on a date. The opportunity cost for South Africa to pay grants, they could not build roads. So that's why there are potholes. The opportunity cost, there is an opportunity cost. All right, fantastic. So opportunity cost is the cost of the next best alternative. that you had to forgo. Next best alternative that you had to forgo. Petronella, I'm not too sure what's happening with your sound. You were a bit, we couldn't hear you earlier. Try again. Maybe you are audible now.
No, I had to take a call, so I got disconnected.
all right.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
So I was just asking a question about utility, but it's fine. We can move on now. I wanted to make a comment about opportunity cost now. I think you said that the opportunity cost was that we couldn't build roads. That's why there's potholes. I don't think that would be sensible, because the opportunity cost would be that there's no roads, but potholes will be there whether we have roads or not. So I think I just wanted to say that on a lighter note.
All right, fantastic. And that's brilliant. You so play around with these things. Economics, ladies and gentlemen, is not a subject that you fear. It's a subject that impacts you, play around with these things. They are not there to intimidate you. You guys can't be intimidated. You guys are too brilliant. You are the cream de la cream, the managers, the top 1% of the top 1%. All right, so play around with these things. So opportunity cost, the cost of the next best alternative. They can be more than one, or they can be more than one things that you have to give up. So, for instance, you came to this class. For you to come to this class, you had three options. Number one, you could have taken your children for their sports day. Or you could have gone for a wedding, or you could have attended a meeting of your friends. So there's three of them. Out of those three, you say which one was the best thing to do. Maybe going for your child's sports day. So opportunity cost is the cost of the next best alternative that you had to forego. All right. So your parents to send you to school, they sacrificed the new car. They would have bought a new car. They would have bought, or they could have bought a boat that they would have used, or they could have gone on holiday. Then they will look at these three, boat, car, or holiday. They say, oh, maybe holiday. So holiday is the opportunity cost. So opportunity cost, we do not calculate everything. We look at the next best alternative. The next best alternative. I'm laughing because I'm thinking about that marriage thing, where you go to your spouse and say, the opportunity cost of marrying you. I would have married if maybe you had a proposal from a celebrity. I would have married the celebrity. I would have. All right, fantastic. Yeah, we have discussed that. That's just the academic way of putting it. Next best alternative. All right. So all these things that we're talking about, including how we did with Angel to do that marginal utility. Yes, is it Nike? How do I pronounce that name? Yes, please go ahead.
Hi everyone. Blessing is Nikki actually.
Nikki, oh yes, Nikki. Hey, introduce yourself.
Yes. Okay. At the moment, I'm studying. As I'm studying, there's a company that I'm busy creating actually, is Imduso Energy, that is dealing with the solar, including LPs. So yeah.
Was it Tendai who said he's into funding, into business incubation? So please get those numbers and get your company funded.
I will do that correctly.
All right, fantastic.
Meaning the opportunity cost actually is a result of the after the decision that we have made, or what, you know. After have you decided that, okay, maybe for example, as you pinpoint here, when you decide to buy the car, thereafter you deal with the risk or you benefited, you know, is that thing? I don't know, I'm correct or what, you know.
So Nick, so that's a fantastic question. So that's why you call it opportunity cost. So we are going to be discussing something called an economic profit. So that's a question that we have to ask you, to say the fact that you married this woman and you are saying opportunity cost, you would have married maybe a celebrity or something. Is your opportunity cost greater? What you have to give up? Maybe so if your opportunity cost is greater, it means you made the wrong decision.
No.
Your opportunity cost should be less. So we don't know. It's up to you. If we can ask the country also, country, South Africa, opportunity cost of us paying these grants
you should contact your student advisor and let them know that you cannot see cycle 3. This class is for cycle 3. We will over the assignment. If you're a cycle 2 student, you shouldn't be in this class. Cycle 2 students means you were part of intake 3 and 4 last year, 2024, which means your submission date was on the 10th of March. You should have submitted your portfolio of evidence on the 10th of March already. If you are a cycle 2 student and you haven't submitted, you best be in contact with your student advisor, because if you haven't submitted, you have to complete an ACR form. Pay the penalty, otherwise you will not graduate if you do not pass personal mastery. So this is only for cycle 3, intake 2. Intake 1 has had their class already. If you're confused, you're welcome to just stay and watch anyway. It's just a repetition of the information that you would have done already if you missed the class. I don't mind you guys stay, just don't disrupt my class with for the cycle 3 intake 2 students. All right, guys, I already told you that the recordings would be available online. So remember I said general cycle 3, previous class recordings. If you scroll down, here was cycle 3 intake 1's class. There, that was held on the 10th of February, 17th of February, and then 10th of March, which was your class last week. Tonight's class will then also be posted on here. Like I said, 24 to 36 hours. It will be posted on here. Class, the links are over here. And then I will also put up the slides in the section. So where you see general cycle 3 slides from last week and this week will be put on here. Nomusa, you started last week. You are intake 2, cycle 3 for personal mastery, intake 2 in general. Okay. Then, if you had class in February, you don't have to be in this class. Let me just make it simple, because I think people are getting confused with the different intakes and the different cycles. If you had class in February, you don't have to be here. You had 2 classes in February, it's done. If you missed class in February, you're welcome to stay. Just don't disrupt my class for intake 2. If you saw me last week, this is session 2. This is part 2, continuation of class last week. Okay, I'm not going to go into which cycles and all of that because this is just taking up time. Right, we will go through the PDP as well. I'm going to go start the presentation and we're going to go full steam ahead. If you're confused, just stay and recap with us. Okay, straight into the presentation. I am going to turn my camera off because otherwise you'll be looking at my ear the entire time. And then just give me thumbs that you can see the presentation, please. Can I get some thumbs? Perfect. Alrighty, let's roll. So last week I asked you to think about your life's purpose. I asked you to reevaluate your values and your belief system. I also introduced you to academic skills, how to set out your assignments properly, Bloom's taxonomy. We also spoke about emotional intelligence, and we used the movie Inside Out as our reference for emotional intelligence. And tonight we start on PQ. So this is probably how you are feeling in panic mode. Some of the students who are confused, you're feeling panicky. And anybody here feel panic mode? Thumbs, yes. Have you ever been so panicky that your body actually seizes up? And panic attacks are like sudden, overwhelming, intense surges of fear. You feeling like sometimes you feel like you're having a heart attack. And it's your physical as well as emotional symptoms. So I spoke last week how EQ affects our PQ. When we are feeling so anxious, your emotional state is in such flux, your body actually physically manifests the fear or the anxiety that you're feeling. And you might be feeling having difficulty breathing, or you're sweating, or your heart is pounding. Sometimes you say, I feel my heart is in my throat, right? It's about what you're feeling in the present. And panic attacks can be managed. But the most important thing is let everything happen to you. Beauty and terror, you just keep going. And no feeling is final. Like we said last week, there is no such thing as a bad or good emotion. Let it come, acknowledge, move on. All right? In terms of panic attacks, there's a really good stress reliever or panic attack countermeasure that you can employ. So when you're feeling rather anxious, it's called the 5-4-3-2-1 method. And what you do is you utilize your 5 senses, right? So on your fingers, you can count. I need to count 5 things that I can see. And you look for 5 things that you can see and you name them out loud. 4 things that you can hear. So you start listening and you list off those 4 things that you can hear. 3 things that I can touch and touch 3 things and list it out loud. 2 things that I can smell, list them out loud. 1 thing that I can taste, list it out loud. What happens is it forces your brain to concentrate and switch off that panic mode that you're having. Because you're focusing now, you're asking your brain to compute something. You're asking your brain to focus on the here and now. And then you're obviously using your senses, which are very powerful tools. You are now utilizing your 5 senses and you're resetting your body. So if you're ever feeling anxious, do the 5-4-3-2-1 exercise and then remember to breathe. Now, I'm going to share a video and hopefully the sound will play. But I want you also to adopt the superhero mindset. I asked you last week what kind of a superhero you wanted to be. And the superhero mindset really is about bouncing back from adversity. Are you able to be agile? Can you adapt and reassess? Can you realign yourself? Can you cultivate resilience by maintaining a positive outlook? So I'm going to use the example and give you a very powerful word, and that word is yet. It's about changing your mindset. So when you say, I can't do maths, that's telling your brain you can't do it. That's telling your body you can't do it. But when you add the word yet to the end of the sentence, you're saying, I will be able to do it. Not right now, but I will be able to do it with the correct learning, with the correct support, with the correct investigation, or with enough effort. I can do it. I may not be able to do maths yet. Right? Do you guys see the difference in mindset? Engagement, yes, thank you. Somebody gave me a thumbs up. Hearts, yes. So when you are faced with a subject or a theory or something in class that you just can't grasp and you're struggling, ask your questions in class, whether you type it or whether you ask out loud or whether you send your facilitate an email later and say, I'm really struggling. I paid attention in class. I read over the textbook and I'm still not understanding this. Could you please explain it to me in a different way? Or could you please help me figure out what this is? You don't just say, oh, I can't do economics. It's not I can't, it's I can't yet. With enough perseverance and enough grit is the word really that you want to have. With enough grit, you will be able to do it. So let's see if this presentation will show.
University did this study. Can we increase the hormones in our body? This is what they did. They called the power pose. And what they noticed was if you do just this for 2 minutes a day, your cortisol levels, so your stress levels will drop by over 40%. It lowers your stress. It will increase your testosterone by over 20%, feel more powerful, and you're 17% more likely to take a risk. So the next time you're in a meeting, the next time you go make a decision, take 2 minutes and stand here, center a little bit, get grounded, and make an effective decision.
Oh dear, I believe there was an echo in the video. I'm going to play it again and hopefully there is no echo this time. Let me try it again.
The university did this study. Can we increase the hormones in our body? And this is what they did. Put your hands on your hips like this. They call it the power pose. And what they noticed was if you do just this for 2 minutes a day, your cortisol levels, so your stress levels will drop by over 40%. It lowers your stress. It will increase your testosterone by over 20%, feel more powerful, and you're 17% more likely to take a risk. So the next time you're in a meeting or next time you go make a decision, take 2 minutes and stand here, center a little bit, get grounded, and make an effective decision.
Okay, the superhero pose. So it's not just Melissa making stuff up. Harvard has done a study on the superhero pose, and it literally does affect your brain physical reaction. The video is unable to play without an echo yet. Some people say it is working. Man, the video is on a police chase. Okay, I'm sorry about the quality of the video. It's probably my connection or your connection, but the video will be available on the site as well. We will share the link to the slides. We're not sharing the link to the slides. The slides will be available on ReGenesys. All right. So we're talking about physical reactions and how to calm the stresses that your physical body has. Now, if I tell you that you need to calm your monkey mind, how many people, by ways of thumbs up, have a gazillion things going through their minds right now? Quick thumbs. If you are in class right now, but you're busy thinking about an assignment that is being due, you're thinking about what am I going to make for supper, you're thinking about do I have anything in the fridge for supper? Or you have family members going, what's available for supper? When are you going to cook? And you're going, I'm in class, right? 1,001 things going through your mind right now. When you, wait, let me turn my camera on. You should be focused on class. You should be focused on the here and now, in the present. So I'm going to take you through a quick technique called mindfulness, and it's about calming your monkey mind. It's about calming all those thoughts that go through your mind. Namusa, the superhero pose. Practice it every day. Do it in front of a mirror. Do it until you feel it. It promise you it works. Anybody ever watch Grey's Anatomy? They even had it on there. Okay. So if I told you all that 70% of the population does not breathe correctly, you'd be thinking, well, then 70% of the population would be dead, right? As adults, because of our posture, because of us constantly on our phones and we're constantly hunched like this, we're on our laptops and we're constantly in front of a computer, we're always sitting in front of the couch, our rib cages over here has started to hunch forward. If you look at your posture now, how many of you have your shoulders slouched forward like this, okay? And you're constantly tight in the front. If you go like this and pull your shoulders back, do you feel a stretch on the front here? Yes? If you're feeling a stretch right across on your collarbone, it means you are not actually having the correct posture. Your collarbone and your shoulder should always be pushed out. So I'm going to teach you a simple breathing technique and in terms of posture. Now I want you to put your one hand on the top of your chest, right here. And then I want you to put your other hand on top of your tummy. And I want you to take a deep breath. And then breathe out. Now, if you felt your top hand move, you are not breathing correctly. If you felt your tummy inflate like a balloon, congratulations, you are part of the 30% of the population that is breathing correctly. If you look, for those of you who have small children, especially babies, if you look at them, they always sleep with their hands up like this, and you can actually see their whole belly and their whole chest rises when they breathe. That's because they're using their intercostal muscles. They're using the full capacity of their lungs. And when you breathe correctly, you get the full amount of oxygen that should be going through your lungs. When you're getting the full amount of oxygen through your lungs, the oxygen is going to your blood. And of course, it's going to all the organs. And the most vital organ, your brain, is getting enough oxygen because your organs need oxygen to effectively function. So breathing is super important, but we take it for granted. We take the fact that we can breathe because we're alive for granted. With correct exercise, your breathing will also be better. You will also be able to get more oxygen into your body. Okay, so quick exercise. I want you to all sit with your feet flat on the floor. I hope you're sitting in a comfortable chair. You're going to relax your shoulders. Now, this exercise works as both a relaxation exercise as well as a breathing technique. So we're first going to start it off with you having your eyes closed and just listen, and I'm going to talk you through the exercise. When you start practicing this more and more, you could be doing it in the traffic, and you can say goodbye to road rage because you will be so calm and zen in the traffic, nothing will affect you. Okay. Oh my goodness, someone is studying from bed. Okay, swing your legs over and sit nicely. Feet on the floor. You shouldn't be in bed. You might fall asleep. Very bad posture to be on the computer in front of a bed as well, guys. Just saying. Okay. So, simple breathing technique, sitting comfortably. I want you to put your hand on your chest and on your tummy again. When you take a deep breath, I want you to imagine that you have a balloon that's inflating. So picture your tummy like a big balloon, and it's going bigger and bigger and filling up with air. And then you're going to hold your breath, and then you're going to breathe out slowly. So you're not going to go, you're going to controlled breathing out. Okay, so you can do this with your eyes closed if you have problems concentrating, but I want you to listen to your breath as well. Focus on your breathing. So inhale to the count of 5. Feel that balloon filling up. Feel that tummy rising. Hold your breath. And then gently breathe out. Okay, we're going to do it again. We're going to breathe into the count of 5 and release to the count of 5. Right, inhale through the nose. Hold it. And release to the count of 5. Wonderfully, if you're in the bus, it doesn't matter. You can do it in the bus. This exercise you can do anywhere. You could do this exercise watching TV. You can do this exercise doing the ironing. You can do this exercise from anywhere. The point is to focus on your breathing. The more you do this, the larger your lung capacity becomes. Eventually, you should be able to breathe into the count of 8 or even 10. Hold it for count of 5 and then release it to the count of 8 or 10. The idea is as you're doing this, it also relaxes your muscles. It relaxes your body. It grounds you so that you're just focusing on the breathing. Now, when I said, do you have a gazillion thoughts running through your head? Again, all you have to do is let that thought come in and straight out again because you're focusing on your breathing. So a really nice technique for you to have. Practice it. There's more content on ReGenesys under PQ around breathing and what the importance of breathing is there for you. And then I'm going to move on to this next slide. How many of you would love to have more energy? Right? Now, the thing is, we can have real energy and fake energy. Fake energy comes from those little pick-me-uppers, the boosters, like your energy drinks, like caffeine tablets. Those are what we would call bad energy. Your good energy should come from having enough sleep, should come from having the correct diet, should come from exercising. And this really is the trifecta of physical intelligence. Having proper physical activity, putting the right nutrition into your body, and having the right amount of sleep. Now, I often equate this to a high-performance vehicle. So for the petrol heads in the class, if you were to have a really, really fancy car, you've got a V8 engine, or you're driving one of these Porsches or Lambos or Ferraris or whatever it is, you wouldn't exactly put the wrong kind of fuel into your car. Imagine putting diesel into a petrol engine. What would happen? Your whole engine would die and you'd have to replace your whole engine. Same thing with your body. You have to put in the right fuel for your body. If you think of your body as a high performance vehicle, you need to treat it as such. You need to put the correct fuel into it. You need to make sure that it runs properly. So you need the physical activity, and you need to make sure that it's well maintained by having sleep. Enough sleep ensures that your body is repairing itself all the time. So what should we do? Making time for movement. You should do at least 30 minutes of exercise a week, all right? 3 to 5 times a week. And choose something that you enjoy. If you don't like boxing and high intensity training and what do they call it, CrossFit and all of that, and you prefer slow walks in the park, that's okay. You prefer something like yoga, that's okay, but do some kind of physical activity. Recruit a workout buddy. You know, it always helps to have someone who's an accountability partner. Use a tracker. Nowadays, our smartphones have a tracker. They track everything. They track your step count. They track your heart rate. They track your stress rate. I recently saw a thing pop up on my phone. It can track my moods. Hire a personal trainer if you're so inclined or so able to afford one. If you do suffer from any kind of physical ailments, medical ailments, you should always consult your doctor, though, before you begin a training regime. So it's very important that you should get the green light to train. Now, I spoke about fuel. Your body needs 2 to 3 liters per day of water, okay? Or 35 mils per kilo of body weight. On average, 2 to 3 liters per day. So you'll often see people walking around with these big bottles of water and you think, what are they doing? They're doing themselves a favor. They are putting the right kind of fuel into their bodies. And it's so important that you do so. Again, nutrition, you are what you eat, and not all calories are equal. So a packet of crisps could have been, if you're calorie counting, instead of having a packet of crisps, you could be having a chicken salad, and it's the same amount of calories. You need to make sure that you are what you eat. Fast foods, we often relegate ourselves to fast foods. And if you want to be healthier, then start cutting down the amount of fast foods that you eat. Rather meal prep. Rather make sure that you have everything ready so that you aren't stuck without something, then become hangry, the way I become hangry, pop into a garage and then stuff yourself with a pie or a packet of chips and a Coke. So it's really important that you actually look at what you eat. If you need to snack throughout the day, prep your snacks. Carry around a cooler bag and have all your snacks ready. Someone's asking me about Wellness Wednesdays. So Wellness Wednesdays are coming back. They're part of the ACE series. Yes, we will start our Wellness Wednesdays. We're just getting our new program in line. The mindfulness, the meditation exercises, all of that is happening with the Wellness Wednesdays. And we will bring all those things back. So it's coming back. Sleep is so important for you. And establishing a consistent sleep schedule is important. So for the parents in the room, if you have little ones, you know how important it is to have a sleep routine. Try and get to bed every night at the same time and wake up every day at the same time. We should be following what we call the circadian rhythm, which means that when the sun rises, you should rise with the sun, and when the sun sets, you should be going to, preparing yourself to go to sleep. Garbage in, garbage out, absolutely. So one of the things that we all do, and we're all guilty of it, is play on our cell phones or watch TV until we fall asleep. Your blue screen time or your screen time actually affects your sleep. So if you are one of those people who struggle to sleep, you should not be on any kind of electronic device at least 45 minutes before you go to sleep. Your diet also has a huge impact on your sleep patterns. Consumption of alcohol or any kind of stimulants has an effect on your sleep. So limit the number of stimulants and electronics before bed and create a relaxing sleep environment. Try and establish a sleep schedule. Okay, so those are my tidbits for you regarding physical intelligence. We go into a lot more theory in terms of what we do, how your body reacts, nutrients, macronutrients, micronutrients, all of that kind of stuff. And that is available in the content for your physical intelligence quotient on ReGenesys. So if you want to learn more about physical intelligence, go in and have a look at the tons and tons of information in there. I want you to think about what kind of goals you want to set for physical intelligence. What is it that you want? Do you want to be fitter, healthier? Remember, Lisa spoke last week about setting that big goal. Do you want to lose weight? Do you want to gain weight? And then think about the activities. Think about what is smart, specific. So what exactly do you want to change? Measurable. How much do I want to change it by? Or do I want to stop doing something? So your physical quotient can also be, I want to quit smoking, or I want to reduce the number of cigarettes I have every day. That would be a smart goal, but you've got to say how, by how many, and by when. So specific, measurable, achievable. Can you be healthier? Absolutely. Can you lose 30 kilos in a month? You probably could, but you would need a surgeon and miracle pills for that. And is that realistic? No, it's not realistic. It's not relevant because it's not healthy. So be realistic about how much weight you want to lose or gain. And then time bound by when. So if you are setting goals now for your physical quotient, remember you've got the 6-month period. Your personal development plan is due for September. So don't go and say, I want to have a December bod in December. I'd like to know how you're doing up until September. Okay, you are allowed to set more than one goal. So you can also be clever about setting your goals. The simple thing is, I don't drink enough water. Absolutely. It's similar to Alo. It's basic life skills, but you'd be surprised at how many people don't follow or don't recognize this. Okay. So your goal, one of your goals could be, I want to drink 2 liters of water a day for the next 4 months. There's your SMART goal. You've told them how much, you're measuring 2 liters. You're very specific, 2 liters of water a day. There's your time. Is it achievable? Absolutely. Is it realistic? Absolutely. Okay, similar but not exactly. Absolutely. We are giving you the tools. I'm pointing you out the correct tools that you will have to master the different quotients of yourself. So whether you put in the work or whether however much work you put into this personal mastery journey is up to you. If you put in a lot of work, if you set the correct goals, you do the activities, you follow and you keep your evidence and you gather your evidence as you go along and you stick to those goals and you stick to those activities, you will see a different you in 6 months. If you want to quit something, like I said, you want to quit smoking or quit drinking, or you want to quit a bad habit like biting nails or something like that, you can use that as one of your goals. Absolutely. Or you want to practice mindfulness, or you want to learn to breathe better. Absolutely. So you can do all of those things and think about your goals. I'm going to give everyone a 5-minute break. It's just gone 5 minutes past. Let's just say at, Lisa, do you want to give them until 6:15 or how do you want to do this?
6:15 is perfect, Melissa.
Perfect. Okay, so it's just under a 10-minute break then, guys, but let's be back at, let me try and change it on this slide and see if it'll work. Okay, so guys, go take a break, stretch your legs. Do not look at your cell phone. That's not a break. I want you to take a break from your screen. So please be back at 6:15. Thank you. I've been told that my clock on my computer is a minute early, so let me give you your full minute of your break that's left. While we're waiting for the minute to happen, please, by way of housekeeping, I'm going to ask you again to ensure that your that your microphone is muted. It's very distracting. We also had a jokester last week who decided to play voice clips throughout the class, and I will not tolerate that. I'm going to lay out the rules of engagement right now. I do not take to interruptions kindly, especially when it affects your fellow students. We are all here to study. We are here to learn more and improve ourselves. And if you don't want to be here, that's on you. You don't have to be here. So I'm going to say this once and the last time. Please keep your microphones on mute. If you have questions, post it into the chat. If you have a comment about the content that we're presenting, feel free to post that into the chat so we can engage with you, like some of the students have been doing, or you can raise your hand and I will call on you to ask your question. Lisa, before I call on you, Layla has her hand up, so I'm not sure if she has a question. Layla? Layla, go ahead. You've got your hand up. Going once, going twice, Layla. Nope, I'm going to lower your hand then, and this is how it works. All right, guys. Lisa, I see your camera was on. You're ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to you to do FQ.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, it's time now for our financial quotient. And this is one of my favorite aspects because, as Melissa always loves to ask you, if you are as rich as Elon Musk or as rich as Steve Bezos or Bill Gates, then this isn't for you. For everybody else, then this is for you, because we all need to be remembered and to reminded and refreshed about budgeting. And one of the nicest things of personal mastery, and it's very easy for your personal development plan, is if you actually do a budget and you have lots of examples of how to do it, and you also have easy evidence. But it is always important when you do anything with finances that you actually start at the beginning. And the beginning is actually budgeting. Why do we budget? I mean, you can put it in the chat if a few of you. Why do you think, besides the reasons that were up on the screen, why do we budget? Anybody? To help us save money. Absolutely. Absolutely. For control. To save. Absolutely. And that is also one of the reasons why we believe in this module so much, this component of the module, financial management and financial intelligence. Because not only do we need to know what our expenses are, yes, and you are so right, our VAT is nearly 16%. And it's going to come in as 15.5, and then they might make it to 16 by 2026, but we don't know. But we do need to, as responsible citizens, actually learn to budget. One of the reasons is that we identify wasteful expenditure. Often we don't know how much money we're actually spending. It's also to avoid overspending. It is also so that we can adapt to financial changes, like when VAT comes increases, what happens? To achieve financial growth and financial freedom. Who here wants to have financial freedom? You can sit, yeah, those are absolutely hearts, everything. We want to have financial freedom. It also helps you to reduce stress. It helps us to plan for the short and the long term. And it maps out our expenditure so that we know where we're setting our goals. And it also, and this is really important, prevents debts, because a lot of us have debts. I don't think there's too many people in the world, unless you are one of those 3 people I mentioned at the beginning, we have debts. Okay. Now, When you budget, you need to start with your elements of your personal budget. You need to know about your income. You need to know your fixed expenses, your flexible or your variable expenses, and unplanned expenses, as well as savings and investments. I did see in the chat that a few people also talked about investments. That's very important, and it's a very important part of your budget as well. Go ahead. When we look at budgets, we're also looking at plans. We're looking at our savings goals. We're looking at our goals specifically for financial reasons. And that's why we enjoy budgeting so much here in our personal mastery course. When we outline your financial goals, we can look at our short-term goals, our midterm goals, our long-term goals, as well as our financial goals that are going to affect us in the future. When we look at that, we outline them, and then we look at each timing on our goals and our income source. So when we look at our timing, we look at our short-term goals, and then we see that it's there to reduce debt. And our income source is obviously our wages or our salary. When you're looking at your timing for intermediate, it's when you're accumulating your assets. And also this comes from your wages and your salary. But when we're looking at our long-term goals, that is when we come from you're wanting to look forward to the future. It's when you're wanting to create your retirement, when you're wanting to get that income in, and those you actually usually use your investment and your returns that you get on what you've saved already. But like everything, the reason why we actually keep to the term smart, because when you're smart, you actually plan for your future. You know what's going on with your finances. And like I talked about last week with your SMART goals, financial goals right now in this actual personal mastery component. You know, they're specific, but we go a little bit deeper. We look at how they're strategic and significant as well as being measurable, meaningful, and motivational, as well as attainable, achievable, adjustable, relevant, realistic, and we always obviously want results. And then that's when we talk about them being timely, tractable, and tangible. I see in the chat that somebody cannot see our slides. Maybe if you go further up into the chat and try to log on with the MS Teams meeting that Clementine shared with us, I think you might be able to go. So maybe pop back out and come back in. And also remember, Melissa, as she said at the beginning of the class, we will share these slides with you, but only after the session. Okay. When you're setting your quotient, and sometimes students forget this, we still are talking about SMART goals for each quotient for your personal development plan. And that's why when you look specifically at the financial things, you must be relatable to finances. And that's why we use a budget. When you draw up a budget, you need to figure out what your income is. Where does your money come from? And then you need to list all sources of income, because sometimes you forget that you maybe have a side hustle or you get other income. Maybe you also babysit for friends when they go out of town. Whatever it is, those are and you get paid for it. That is actually an extra list of a source of income. And then you also need to figure out your expenses, because this is one of your most important parts of any budget. Because if you don't know where you're spending your money, then it just disappears. And you need to know your patterns of spending as well. Maybe there's some months that you spend more. And usually that is if you have family members, you probably have birthdays, Christmas, any special occasions. Maybe you have weddings. Maybe you have anything. So, okay, just a second. I see you, Melissa. I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry, I needed to interrupt you. There are questions that you're just saying you're going too fast. So I'm going to preempt the answer for you. Sorry. We have a lot of content that we need to get through. Like we said in the beginning of last week's session, these 2 sessions are just highlights. You are able to go into ReGenesys, into the content. You can rewatch the recording. The slides will be put up on ReGenesys, but there's a lot of content that we need to get through with a limited amount of time. And I do want to be able to go through the section where we show you how to do it on the system. So yes, there is a lot of content and we are going at a fast clip, but you do need to be able to keep up or just listen. You don't need to take notes. You don't need to write anything down. Just listen, and you can rewatch the recording if need be. And you can also go into ReGenesys and go into further details. All of this will be shared with you. Okay. Sorry, Lisa.
No problem. And I do know it is, yes, this is the trailer. This is actually the highlights reel. This is when you get into the movie and they show you something else. I will slow down as well. I do know that I talk fast, so I will slow down for you as well. But this part is basically just telling you about the budget. I haven't said anything that you can't pick up. I hope you've come back in. If you're not seeing the screen, it's showing perfectly on our side. Maybe try and pop it out on your top ribbon at the top. You can pop it out. You can make it a little bit smaller, but on my side it's showing perfectly, and I'm actually not in I'm just using the slides for there. So when let's go back to the basics of a budget. Basically, and this is the simple part. Basically, you have to know how much money you have, and you have to know how much money is going out. And that is the basic of any budget. So when we go more in detail, we look at our fixed expenses and our flexible expenses. Fixed expenses is anything that you know every single month is fixed. It's not going to change. It's like when you pay for your rent. It's your mortgage or your bond on your house. It is even insurance premiums. Anything that you know that's not going to change. Then you have your flexible expenses. You have food, entertainment, your DSTV, your streaming, your cell phones. Anything like that is flexible because it can change. Then we have our others, and this is the ones that eat our money away. It's our wants, eating out, going on movie dates, electronics. How many of you, ladies or gentlemen, love having the latest gadgets like the iPhone or the Samsung? Those are wants. Those aren't necessarily needs. And you know what happens? Sometimes we spend too much money on our wants. And then if we have unplanned expenses, then we have no money that we can actually get ourselves out for, like on a rainy day. Unplanned expenses could be like if you have emergency, like with pets, or if they get injured, or any unplanned emergency. How many of you have a car and right when you're not expecting it, wham, you hit a pothole? That's an unplanned expense. And then you have your savings and your investments. And I can tell you that is one of the part of the budget that people often forget. But when you start saving and investing, you are looking forward to those rainy days. And you can also, if there's a problem, you have something to bail yourself out. And then also, most budgets we put where we put our charitable donations. And if you go to church, some people do their tithes there. So When you're looking at your actual budget, you have to find out the difference. You need to know what's the difference between your income and your expenses. And when you add both those figures and you subtract your expenses from your income, you either have a budget surplus or a budget deficit after your deductions. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera on for a moment because I see Matthew, my girlfriend, chows my money, but there's nothing I can do about that. Okay, I don't know if you're taking her out to eat, then you need to be looking at this budget surplus slide. That lady, she obviously doesn't have a boyfriend or she doesn't have too much money. She's having fun giving that money away. Give it away, doing that. But you know what she's done? She's actually, after she's deducted her actual budget, she has money left over. And that's a good sign. And that's why she's smiling. And poor Matthew over here on the budget deficit. He's been taking his girlfriend out every single night. He's a very good boyfriend, but he's a very sad person because he's in deficit. Okay, because he can't cover his expenses. Sorry, I'm just the lady's spending Matt's money. Oh, there you go. So she's happy and he's sad. So there we go. When we actually budget, we often look at the 50-20-30 rule. And that means you should spend 50% of your earnings, whatever you get, all your income, on fixed costs. Remember, fixed costs are things that don't change. You can't change it every month. You have to pay your rent, you have to pay your house loan, or they'll take it away from you. The bank will take it away from you. You have to pay your school fees. You have to pay your fees. Otherwise, you won't get your premiums if you're doing insurance. All of those are fixed costs. They don't change. Then you should spend 20% on your financial obligations. And you should also save for the future, for that rainy day, emergencies, retirement. That is where the 20% of your financial money should go. Then 30% on your flexible expenditure. And we're going to talk about it flexible now because that is actually exciting, because that is where you can actually save money, because that's entertainment, groceries, fuel, DSTV, Instagram, cell phones, all of that comes under your flexible expenditure. When you're looking for budgeting, I'm just, okay. No, go ahead. I think play the video.
Creating a budget can be a super daunting task. Who in their right minds would ever look forward to cutting back on entertainment, luxury, and food in their lives? But the more you save now through budgeting, the better off you are later in life, especially in an emergency. To create your first budget, you're going to have to prepare for budgeting by being honest with yourself. Gather your paychecks, bank statements, credit card statements, and receipts for the past 3 to 6 months. Then crunch the numbers to see how much you really make and where you spend the most money. You can get as detailed or as automated as you want in this process, but the more you analyze now, the more accurate your budget will be. Next, you're going to have to set a goal for each category of spending. Some of these categories include rent and housing, utilities, transportation, food, personal care, and taxes. However you define your categories of spending, you should use your previous analysis to set percentages and goals for spending and saving. There's no hard and fast rule for how much to spend in each area, but using common sense, you should allocate enough money towards necessary bills first, like housing and utilities. Next should come your other expenses, and finally, discretionary spending. You should also keep in mind how much money you could use towards a savings goal, like retirement or an emergency fund. The ultimate goal is to achieve a balanced budget. Or in other words, your expenses should always be equal to or lower than your income. After all, you don't want to go bankrupt, right? Well, if that means cutting back in certain areas, like cable television or daily coffee, then it's a sacrifice that you should make. Stay on course for the first few months, and remember, you can always refine your budget along the way. So in 2 minutes, you just learned how to successfully create your first budget. For more information and resources on budgeting, visit our website at 2minutefinance.com. I'm Bobby Lee with 2 Minute Finance. Thanks for watching.
All right, I saw some of the comments saying that the video is very fast and they couldn't hear the sound. We will share the video, this one and the next video. Please, can I ask you to mute yourselves? I kept muting this person and they kept unmuting themselves again. So guys, let's try and keep decorum in the class. I'm going to play the next video. If you can't hear it, we will share the video on ReGenesys. But I'm going to start the next video now.
Creating a budget. This video will discuss the 7 steps to creating a budget, the 50-20-30 rule. It doesn't matter how much money you have, one of the most important things you can do to manage your money is to budget. If wrapping your arms around such a mighty task seems difficult, don't worry. This video will provide you with step-by-step instructions on how to budget and ideas to make the act of budgeting part of your routine. Step 1. Track your income and expenses. It's time to do a little journaling. Not the Dear Diary type, but the kind that deals with numbers. Tracking your income and expenses is best achieved with a money journal. A money journal can be a notebook and pen, a spreadsheet, or any on or offline tool that works for you. Every time you receive money, note that as income. Every time you spend, note that as an expense. Voila, step 1 is done. Step 2. Set your income baseline. We need to answer the question, how much can we afford to spend? Let's find your income. The most common form will be from employment, but others could include money you've saved for college, family contributions, scholarships, grants, or gifts. Student loans can be considered a form of income, but they should be used sparingly and only for essential education-related expenses. No credit product, like credit cards, can be considered a form of income. Jot down all your income sources, add them up, and this is your income total, also known as your baseline. Step 3. Determine your expenses. Figuring out your monthly and annual expenses will be achieved in 3 ways. The first way is by looking back. Grab your last 3 months of checking or credit card statements and see where you spent your money. The second way is by looking forward. Budget for your fixed expenses. For example, a 12-month lease with payments of $400 a month is fixed for the next year. Other fixed expenses could include internet dues, car payments, and childcare. Variable or unexpected expenses include things like groceries and utility bills. The third way to determine your expenses is achieved with your money journal. You'll see after a few months of tracking where your money is going. Use that data to analyze your spending. Step 4. Categorize your income and expenses. This step is entirely up to how detailed you want to manage your budget. If you want to budget for groceries, you could simply create an expense category for the food you purchase from grocery markets. Or if you want more detail to your budget, you could track how much you spend on milk, meat, vegetables, desserts, and so on. Be as detailed as you'd like. At minimum, we suggest breaking your income into categories of employment, family contribution, and student loans. And your expenses, at minimum, should include categories of housing, food, transportation, education, and non-essential expenses. However, if you have other large budget items, be sure to make categories for those as well. Step 5. Compare your income to your expenses. You may have learned that you should balance your budget, which means your income and expenses should be equal. In reality, you should strive to have more income than expenses. Obviously, having more expenses than income is an unsustainable lifestyle. Think of ways to cut your expenses. Step 6. Make plans for unplanned expenses with a cushion. Building your savings is vital to keeping you financially afloat. If you have a car, you probably budget for maintenance and gas, but you might not budget for a surprise expense like a new alternator. That is where your rainy day fund comes in and saves the day. Your rainy day fund is an emergency fund for unexpected expenses. Without these savings, you may have to use a credit card, and that could turn into a more costly expense if you cannot pay it off right away. Step 7. Turn your budget into a document of freedom. Many people mistakenly think their budget is going to limit their ability to spend and enjoy life. Not so. If you know that buying a new clothing item, seeing the newest movies, or getting a $5 specialty coffee really makes you happy, then make them guilt-free special occasions that fit within your budget. Now that we have the 7 steps defined, consider following the 50-20-30 rule when budgeting. 50% of your income goes to essential expenses like housing, transportation, and groceries. 20% of your income is focused on building your savings and paying off high-interest debt. 30% is for lifestyle choices, things like cell phone, entertainment, and going out to eat. Now you've got the outline of a budget. Start filling in the numbers and you'll be on your way to creating a budget.
Okay, before we go any further, I'm going to just say again, because I see in the chat some of you are saying you can't see the videos. But let me tell you, we do have the videos on ReGenius at the end. Melissa will also show you how to go into the different tiles for the different quotients. The reason why we've spent lots and lots of hours, there's lots of material on your portal. This is the highlights. This is for what we want you to think about and where we can assist you. So, like the video said, and like what we talked about at the beginning, this is a particular style of a budget planner. You don't have to use this particular budget planner. You can use any one you want. We're just giving you a suggestion because it's very easy to see and it's laid out in a way that is understandable. Okay. I'm going to turn off my camera while I go through this because you can see on the left-hand side your monthly income. That's your salary. Whatever you earn, if you're not earning, if you're relying on your parents or if you're relying on your spouse or your partner, then you wouldn't actually put salary there. You would put where your income is doing. Maybe some of you have second jobs. Maybe some of you have a side hustle. Maybe some of you actually have 3 jobs. Whatever amount of income. Maybe some of you have been given a monthly allotment from family members or from whatever somebody's sponsoring you. That's how much monthly income you have available. Then you have your savings and investments, your emergency fund, rainy days. Then you have also retirement, and then that's your savings. Then you have your debt payments. And unfortunately, most of us have student loans. Most of us cannot just afford to just go and pay for all our studies. So that's where you'd put your debt payments. And some of us have children's school fees. We can't get away from it. And most people have credit cards. So that's where you put your debt payments. Then your fixed expenses. Remember what I said, rent and mortgage, things that stay the same all the time. Your utilities, most people stay the same. Some people's phone bill, like if you have a fixed line, they stay the same every month. You can move your personal things between what stays fixed and variable. It doesn't matter. Then variable, or this is what they said, lifestyle choices. This is where you can make up a lot of money because you can decide if you want groceries from Woolies or if you want groceries from Checkers or if you want groceries from Food Lovers. I'm not partial to anything. I'm just saying, or Spar, wherever you can get your most savings. That's one of the reasons why it's variable or flexible. Dining out, you can choose to go out to the most expensive and larniest restaurant, or you can choose to dine out and have a fast takeaway that's cheap, has a special. Your transportation, usually you can decide if you want to take the Gautrain or a taxi or whatever, or if you're in a car lift, that can be variable. And entertainment, and obviously your leisure. Are you going to take a holiday? Are you not? But whatever you do, you then need to actually take up your total income, your total savings, and then you subtract your expenses and your debts, and then that's how much savings you'll have at the end of the day. Hopefully you'll have a surplus and not a deficit. And I love the quote, spend wisely, save fiercely, and budget boldly. Another example, it's just a different format. It's a different way for somebody that enjoys looking at a monthly planner where they want to spend their daily. Some people like to know exactly how much money they spend every day. Same thing, but you always start with your income. You always have a place for your expenses. Then you actually then know exactly how it is. It's just a template. You don't have to use it. And then the third template is another way. Some people who are accountants, they enjoy this particular one. They see the three, they see their budget, their actual, their difference right there. Then they can write their notes. All of it is basically teaching the same thing. And it's not actually on your screen, you can even go to Excel. Excel has a beautiful thing. We'll put it on ReGenesys where it does everything. You just put in, drop in the numbers. It even has some places for you ladies who like to do your nails. So that's one of your things. We tend to choose, pick on the men when we say gadgets, but us women, we also like things. Hey, we like our handbags, those shoes, those fashionable clothes. We even our hairdressers, all of that. So that's our flexible spending. We have to have our hair done and all of that Larney stuff and like for Matthew, his girlfriend probably primps and gets all beautiful for his date. So, it's the swings and roundabouts in life. But what you need to remember is that you have to have your income and you not minus your expenses, and that will be whatever you have. And we always try to have a surplus budget. Doesn't always happen, but that's what we aim for. Now, how to stick to your budget? First of all, do you not have money that you don't spend money you don't have? That's pretty obvious. Always use a grocery list. Nothing worse. And I do it myself. Nothing worse going to the grocery store or wanting to buy groceries and you're hungry, because then you're going to buy everything. If you have a list, then you actually stay to it. I even love 60/60. I love Woolies Dash because they only allow you 35 items, and that makes me look really at what I need to buy for my family. If you don't have that luxury, go with a grocery list, write it down. And if you know that every week you need milk, eggs, and whatever, make sure that's on your list. That'll also help you. Keep all your receipts, review them. You wonder, how is your money being spent? You say, I don't spend that much money. Do you go in when you go every weekend you go out? If you go to the movies, if you go to buy a new pair of shoes or anything, do you keep your receipts? That's where you're spending your money. Maybe every time you go to work. I know I love this. I love having coffee with my friends and cappuccinos. But you know what? Those extra cappuccinos, those expensive coffees, they put a dent into your expenses. And then this is one of my top tips. Talk yourself out of impulse purchases. What is an impulse purchase? Come, you can put it in the chat or raise your hand. What is an impulse purchase? Sheen? Yeah, that could be an impulse purchase. An impulse purchase is anything that you go out on a Saturday, Sunday, or anytime, and it's not during your normal, and you just go and buy. You didn't plan for it. You didn't look at, I've got to have that. I've got to have it. I'm dying for that. That clothes, unplanned. And you know what? Those impulse purchases can really put a dent into your pocket. And don't be fooled by advertising and commercials. They're there to take your money. Don't believe them. And I don't even believe in Temu, because Temu says it's free. Nothing in life is free. Just remember, they're an advertising and commercials. They like to take your money. That's what they're for. Okay. Then remind yourself of the benefits of sticking to your budget. When you stick to your budget, then you can reward yourself. Keep reminding yourself, I can do it next month. I'm gonna plan to do that next month because I'll have a little bit more money. Maybe you get a bonus with your work. If your bonus, some places pay when it's your birthday. My birthday is in the month of March, but I don't get my company doesn't give me a bonus for my birthday, but maybe some companies do. So then you'll have a little bit extra for that month. Maybe you get a Christmas bonus. Then you'll be able to actually stick to your bonus. Stick to your budget, and you can use your bonus wisely. Use your credit cards carefully. That plastic, because it's plastic money, doesn't mean that it's not a plastic bill. You're going to get a bill and you're going to have to pay it back. And you're going to have to pay it back at an interest rate. And that's always unpleasant. Avoid wastage. That's just common sense. Respect money Motivate and reward yourself. I'm not saying don't ever do anything. Motivate yourself. If you've done well, then go and have a coffee with your friend and say, I'm going to spoil myself. Or if you want those things, I've saved for 3 months. Now go buy those shoes and by that time, hopefully they're on sale. So you're getting the added benefit. But remember, try to stick to your budget. Now, if you've been paying attention, I'm going to give you a top tip for your own personal development plan that you will be doing for personal mastery. These are actually acceptable types of SMART goals for financial management. I commit to developing a budget using a budgeting template for the next 10 months, from March 25 to December 2025. If you did that, you could do that. You are actually, it shouldn't be 10 months because I can't add there. So anyway, it's more like 9 months. But anyway, that wasn't my budgeting wasn't going so well in the brain there, so I don't know what happened to my addition there. Anyway, the point is that you can make a SMART goal and say, I commit to developing a budget and I'm doing it for a specific amount of time. I commit to opting for pay-as-you-go method for my cell phone expenses until 31st December 2025. Why would I opt for a pay-as-you-go method with a cell phone? Anybody? I have 289 people. Somebody must know why you go pay-as-you-go as opposed to having a fixed-term contract with your cell phone.
Hi, Lisa. It's Amanda. I'll go for that question.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. Go for it.
Yeah, so pay as you go, you can basically restrict your calls by, because you know you've got X amount on that pay as you go loaded onto your phone. So you actually can't go over unless you reload another pay as you go.
That's right.
Yeah.
And also, it's a top tip if you have kids. If you have children and your money is being eaten, do put them on pay as a go. If they want to spend that Instagram or TikTok or whatever feature in that first 10 minutes of the first part of the month, you will teach them budgeting very quickly as well. Also, it's definitely, Dominic, you're right, for discipline. It actually, and then you recharge as you need, and it takes you away from spending time. Then you use your free Wi-Fi when you need to for WhatsApps and whatever. And so that's why you use pay as you go. It's a nice way to start saving money. And then I will realign my budget at the end of the year. Why do you think that's? I'm not going to read it to you because you can actually read it. Why would one of your goals maybe possibly be to realign your budget at the end of the year? What do you think? If you remember from our SMART thing when it's even smarter, when you evaluate, you can actually see and review, you can actually see where you've gone wrong and you can adjust. And you can say, oh, wow, really doing pay as you go is actually easier, it's cheaper, and it also is part of your time, and it becomes habit forming. That's what all the part of personal mastery, it's to become habit forming, to change you so you do have financial freedom. Okay, review your performance and set new goals. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, then I'm going to now, I think if you want to give them a break, you can, Melissa, but I was going to give one more tip.
Please do. While I change the slides for the time.
Okay, today we've had some technological difficulties. I don't know, it's been a Monday from our side. One of my tips always is the start a budget. And a lot of you on your phones, a lot of you have your banking apps. If just by a way of thumbs up, how many of you have a banking app on your phone? FNB, I know Nedbank does. Yeah, a lot of, yeah. Okay. what is very nice, they also give you a budget that how you're spending your money through the month. So they also kind of also, obviously, they want you to have money in their account so they can sell you other products or whatever. But it's very nice to use that together with like maybe an Excel sheet, and also you can see where your money is going. If you see that if you're eating out every weekend or even every other night, if you cut back and you go and you look at your budget, you can actually see where you've saved. And that is one of the things that, especially when you start budgeting, which is very cool to see. My son lives overseas, and he's now starting to cook for himself because he's found out that eating out all the time very expensive. And what he's doing, and he also sees it on his account going up and down, and he's like, it's so much cheaper when you cook at home than when you eat out. So when you're doing these things, that is why it's a personal development plan. Maybe for you, your SMART goal is that I will not eat out. I will only eat out 3 times a month or 4 times a month. Maybe every Friday night I will reward myself. That is also allowed in your personal mastery. It's a personal thing. And then when you write your reflective essay, you can talk about your financial journey. Because remember, I don't know if you remember from our very first session, Melissa explained the personal mastery. It all intertwines. All the quotients go together. They're separate, but at the same time, they interlink. And if you're thinking, because as you say, if you're happier with your finances, are you going to be happier in your emotions? Yes, so it will do it. When you do your personal reflective essay, you can actually go separately, or you can actually have like a journey through the whole thing. And I think that's what we're trying to explain to you, is that it's very personal, and it's nothing is what's right for me is not right maybe for Melissa or for Matthew or for whoever else is listening tonight. Caitlin, Owen, everybody, it has to be for you. And that's when you're going to get more out of the personal mastery. Okay. Is there any questions on this section before we go on break? Okay. I wish you all well, and I wish you all financial freedom, and a happy budgeting to you all.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It's a quick 3-minute break before we start the next section. Again, stand up, take a walk, stretch, grab a glass of water, and we'll be back at 7 o'clock. Robin, you've got your hand up. Is there a question? Do you want to wait till we come back from the break, or do you want to ask it now?
Sorry, ma'am. I know it is a bit of a last-minute question, but I wanted to ask, would it be a problem to go back to one of the slides when we come back to our break? I just want to take a note of something.
Okay, sure. Let's wait for the break when everyone's back from the break, and we can just go back and hop back to the slide.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Alrighty. Again, I think I joined a minute early. I've been told that my clock is fast, so let me just give everyone a minute to get back to their seats. I was told I've been cheating students out of a whole minute in their break. Okay, it's 19:01 on my computer, which means it's 7 o'clock. Correct. Let's go. Is everyone back with me? Can I get thumbs? Yes, there we go. Proof of life. Fantastic. Okay. Like Lisa said, all the different quotients interlink. So yes, we've given you the necessary tools for IQ, EQ, SQ. Tonight we've given you PQ and FQ. I hope it's given you a lot of things to think about. Our next quotient is professional intelligence. And if you think back to last week's class where I kept talking about emotional intelligence and spiritual intelligence, and it makes you a better leader. Emotional intelligence helps you interact better with people. Really, the professional quotient, having a high EQ and knowing your purpose will help you with your professional intelligence. So I'm going to turn my camera off now so that you're not looking at my ear, and let's talk about what exactly is professional intelligence. And it literally is a set of skills or knowledge that contribute to success in a professional context. So you are all here studying your undergrad. You're learning a specific skill set, specific knowledge for a particular industry, whether it be business, law, IT, finance, whatever it is. Those are your cognitive abilities. But your professional intelligence goes far more than just your book smart, so to speak. You also have to have your street smart, your boardroom smart, and it's the interpersonal skills, how to deal with different colleagues, how to interact, engage, how to win friends and influence people, how to make your boss. You can actually manage up with professional intelligence and emotional intelligence. Most people think about professional intelligence as in team leaders, as in having leadership skills and managing teams. But your professional intelligence can also be around managing up, getting your boss to see your perspective as well. And so we talk about personal branding. And that's really goes back to your SQ as well. Do you know who you are as a person? What is your purpose? I spoke to you guys about knowing your value system and knowing your strengths, all right? Your values, your beliefs, your strengths. It may not necessarily be your strengths as in you can work, you're an Excel magician. You can work a spreadsheet like no one else can, or you can write a brief in 10 minutes flat and it makes sense. I'm not talking about those kind of technical smarts or technical strengths. I'm also talking about strengths of character. And I'm going to give you an example now why purpose and strength and value, as you can see, it's set out in a puzzle because they all interlink. All right. You know what your purpose is in life. You know what your values are. Now, when you go into an organization, every organization or most organizations have a mission and values. Mission, vision, and values. It's the basics of any business plan, their mission, vision, and values. When you're looking at an organization, you would look to see if their values and their mission aligns with your own. So I go by way of an example, and my examples are always very extreme, but if your values, for example, you are an animal rights activist, you're a vegan, you don't believe in animal testing, you don't wear leather products or animal products, and you are a big animal rights activist. Now, if you were working for a company and you suddenly found out that they tested on animals, there is a massive clash between your value system and your purpose in life and the company that you are working for. Now, the question is, do you stay with this company that you've just discovered is testing on animals? There's a direct clash with your value system, what happens there? All right. When your purpose and your value and your strengths, all of these blocks, puzzle pieces, align well, you have what we call brand clarity, personal brand clarity and authenticity. Your energy levels literally describe, it's that. Are you known as an energizer bunny? Do you always have this can-do attitude? Let's do it. We can do it. Let's fix it. Are you a silver linings person? Are you the type of person that goes, oh no, the sky's falling, everyone run and hide? Or are you the person that goes in the face of adversity, it's okay, we got this, we can do this. You guys have been working on a project all month long and you're about to present the next morning and you're just going over the last minute details and suddenly everything's wiped off your computer and your entire team is going, no one made a backup. What do? Are you like, okay, it's time to resign? Someone tell the boss, I can't do this, we can't present tomorrow morning. Or are you the type of person who says, don't worry, guys, we can fix this. We've got old notes, we can do this, we can do that. Let's try and fix it, right? Those are the different type of energy levels. I also want to point out a misnomer. We always talk about leadership qualities and being a leader. You hear different types of leadership theories. But every person has a place and a part to play, and not everyone has to be a leader. There's a beautiful and I'm slipped my mind now, but the Japanese believe that every person plays a part, from the cleaner to the CEO, and no role or part is more important than the other. So the CEO, Kaizen, thank you, Lisa. It doesn't matter whether you are the cleaner or the CEO. Your role in that organization is just as important. So I say to you, you don't have to be a leader, but if you're not a leader, then be a good team player. Be a good contributor to your team or your organization. All right. And it's about taking ownership. Are you the type of person that points fingers when something goes wrong and it was your fault? If you look deep down and you dig deep down, was it your fault? Do you take ownership? Do you go, I am sorry, my fault, mea culpa, but I can fix it this way? Back to the energy levels. Are you the type of person that brings in problems, or do you point out the problems and then suggest solutions? No one wants to the type of leaders that you want. So I go back to that authenticity. When all of these puzzle pieces fit together, you are authentic. Now, from thumbs up, have you, for those people that are working, have you ever encountered the type of colleague that to the bosses, they are like Wonder Woman? They are the best thing ever. The bosses think they are fantastic. Everyone thinks they are fantastic. And yet they treat their fellow colleagues and their subordinates terribly. So they're what we call two-faced, right? There is no brand authenticity or brand clarity in that person. And you are probably less likely to trust that person because they're not consistent in their behavior. You should be treating everyone with the same energy and the same respect and the same way of dealing with them, whether, again, they are the cleaner or the CEO. So that's what we're talking about, brand clarity. It's about being authentic, being yourself. Whether you are in the boardroom or in the bathroom, you should be the same person. Taking ownership means stepping up, embracing responsibility, and driving results with unwavering commitment. I like that, Amanda, absolutely. So we talk about Ikigai, and this also goes back to when we talk about SQ, okay? And the Ikigai, again, is Japanese philosophy. Did I speak about Ikigai last week when I talked about SQ? Somebody remind me? I might have dropped it and mentioned it. No, okay.
Yes,
So
you
let
did.
me explain Ikigai. You can use this in, a lot of people use this Venn diagram as a career when you're struggling. Am I in the right job? Am I doing the right thing? Do I really want to be stuck in this job for purpose? It's a really nice SQ exercise for you to do as well. And what it does is think of something that you're good at, okay? And do you love doing it? If you do, if you love what you do and you're good at it, you found your passion. If you're good at something and you can get paid for it, you found your profession. If you do what you love and the world needs it, you found your mission. If you can get paid for it, the world needs it, you can get paid for it, you found your vocation. Now, when all four areas intersect of what you do, you have found your ikigai. You have found your life's purpose or your life's worth. So let me give you one of those extreme examples again. So what are you good at? You might be very good at painting. You love art, okay? You love painting, you love your art. Can you get art? Absolutely. But does the world need your art? Can you find what you're good at, what you love, what the world needs, and get paid for it? And I'm going to give you another funny, extreme example so you can figure out what ikigai means. So I love singing. I love singing in the shower. I love singing to loud music. I get the lyrics completely wrong, and I'm completely bad at it. My family tells me keep the singing to the shower. So I love doing it, but I am no good at it. Who is going to pay for a bad singer? Nope, I can't make a profession out of it. Does the world need another bad singer? Well, if you're on The Voice or America's Got Talent, no, you don't need another bad singer, right? So I might love it, but I'm no good at it. The world doesn't need it, and I definitely can't get paid for it. So do you see the inverse of an ikigai? You might love it. It's your passion. You love music. But if you're no good at it, you can't get paid for it. Wooden mic, absolutely. I am the holder of the wooden mic in my family. So what I'm trying to say is find your life's worth. Find a profession where you do what you love. And the saying that if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life actually does hold true. And they found that the Japanese society, there's a small island in Japan where the people who practice ikigai have lived to over 100. There are more centenarians in that little island in Japan than anywhere in the world because they are happy. They have found their life's worth. And that's the literal translation of ikigai, your life's worth. Living a fulfilling life, absolutely. Someone's put on here, Moses? Ikigai is a Japanese concept. The reason for being or purpose in life, encouraging individuals to find what truly matters to them and to live a fulfilling life. So when we look at your professional intelligence, we want you to that you are that the world needs and you can get paid for it and you love what you do. So I'm not going to slides, but it's a really nice exercise for you to do when you're looking at your ProQ. And write down your top 5 to 7 personal values on a sticky note. And then prepare a summary, an elevator pitch of who you are in a professional context. If someone has to say to you, there's a great job coming up, you've got 60 seconds to do a pitch on yourself, what would you say? All right. When I said to you, EQ and ProQ have a lot of interaction and it's interrelated. I want you to take a screenshot of this, or when you get the slides, I want you to do this exercise. I'm actually going to do a screenshot now and post it into the chat. Now, I want you to answer these questions with yes or no. All right, be honest with yourself. I then want you to take this questionnaire and ask a good family member or a friend to answer this honestly and without your interference. I then want you to take it to a colleague or even your boss and ask them to complete this. If you have a team reporting to you, it's nice to get a top view and a bottom view. So ask a team member that reports to you to answer this. And you will see where there are commonalities. It's a true reflection of you then. Have a look and see where do you need to work on your emotional intelligence. Because really emotional intelligence is the backbone of your professional intelligence. It's how you interact with people. It's how you resolve conflict. When we talk about managing teams, and this goes for you being managed as well as managing teams, again, knowing your purpose in life, knowing your purpose in work, and aligning it with the purpose of your organization. This is the sweet spot. You want to be scenario one. You want what you do in your personal life, in work, and your organization, you have that alignment, okay? Whoopsie. When your purpose outside of work and your purpose from work is aligned, but your organization, the purpose of the organization differs from yours. So I go back to that example of being a vegan and an animal rights activist, but the purpose of the organization is to make money, not to look after animals. They test on animals. We good. Then you have a disconnect between your purpose and your organization's purpose. And this is when you do some heavy self-reflecting and go, do I want to stay in that organization? All right. You don't have to submit it. It's as part of the PDP, that little exercise. It's for your introspection. It's a really nice exercise for you as personal growth. And it could be something to use to help you identify what kind of goals or areas that you should be working on. So if, for example, one of the questions was, do you stay optimistic when things go wrong? If you say no, everyone else says no, you can see that maybe that's an area that you might want to work on for emotional intelligence or for professional intelligence. Okay, it's just an activity for self-reflection. So you don't have to submit it as part of your PDP, but you can certainly submit it as evidence if one of those things is something that you want to set as a SMART goal. Having completed that questionnaire, you can use it as evidence. Okay. When you are in scenario 3, when you are living 3 different lives, when your purpose outside of work and the purpose that you get from work and the purpose of the organization has no interlink whatsoever, you're working to cross purposes. You're never going to be happy in that organization. And if you have a team member who is sitting in scenario 3 or a subordinate who is sitting in scenario 3, it could just be that they're in the wrong department. It could just be that they are not finding fulfillment from work and they might be better off in a different department. It's also about allowing yourself to be replaceable, working from an angle where you're actually giving knowledge to those around you and sharing the knowledge and sharing a purpose and a goal, all right? So when you're sitting in a situation like scenario 3, it could be that you're in the wrong department or in the wrong organization altogether. Deep reflection needed. Will you be happy? Probably not. And we know from the emotional intelligence quotient and the physical quotient, when you are unhappy, it probably comes out in your body as well. You will find a physical manifestation of your unhappiness. So that is the section that is the end of professional quotient. And I'm now going to talk about the personal development plan and portfolio evidence. So first of all, I just want to check that my counterpart, Lee, my colleague, are you online? Are you with us?
Right here, Melissa.
Okay, fantastic. I just want to show the students one thing before I give you control.
Perfect.
Okay. So, guys, back to the dashboard. You're in the personal mastery cycle. I said to you, the slides will be shared. The slides will be shared in general cycle 3. So we're going back in here. There was a lot of noise as we started the class. Here are the previous class recordings. So here's last week's recording. Tonight's recording will appear just above this in about 24 to 36 hours time. Sometimes our editors make magic, and if there aren't a lot of classes to get through, it's up sooner than that. The videos that we shared will also be on here, as will all the slides. So we'll have class content in here. That'll be another folder that's in here. We are now going to go into the personal development plan and portfolio of evidence section, okay? And Lee's going to talk us through where to find and how to do. What I also want to point out, in every quotient that we've gone through last week and this week, all the content is here. So you can watch the full movie here. Last week and tonight was just the trailers. You can watch the full movie when you go into each tile. Everyone with me? Okay.
Yes, we are with you, madam.
Okay, before I begin, I just realized that Robin wanted to ask a question. Sorry, Lee. Robin, you had a question about financial intelligence.
Yes, ma'am. I was just going to ask if you could go to a specific slide, but I think it's fine. I'll catch it up when you release the slides.
Are you sure? Okay. You're well. Okay. So if you have questions about the content, you're also welcome to email us at personalmastery@regenesys.net. So personalmastery@regenesys.net. Once you go through the slides, if there's something that you don't understand, you're welcome to email us. And we will also have office hours, which is an hour session by the faculty, and they will help you with your SMART goals. Do not come to that session without anything drafted. It's not there for us to give you your goals. You need to have something with you. And if you're struggling with formulating your goal into a SMART goal, that's where they'll help you. We will then also have support sessions in May as well around how to upload everything. Yes, this does count towards your studies. So I'm going to say, in fact, I'm going to turn my camera on and look you all in the eyes and tell you, you have to pass personal mastery, 5 credit bearing. If you do not pass personal mastery, you will not graduate. So you have to complete this course. You have to take it seriously. You don't have to like the course, but you do have to take it seriously, and you have to do all the work that's necessary. However, silver linings, this is the easiest course out of your entire qualification where you can get a distinction. So how nice would it be to see on your academic transcript pass with distinction? And personal mastery, it's guaranteed an A if you put work in. If you follow all our instructions and you paid attention last week and this week, or go over the recordings, you can get an A for the subject. Okay. Going back to the section over here. So Lee, Robin, I'm not going to share the slides again. If you're not, you can go over the slides, and I am mindful of the time. So Lee, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Melissa. So good evening, everyone. Like Melissa said, I'm going to show you exactly how to do your POE and your personal development plan. So I'm going to just turn my camera off for this part and share my screen. And we share and we open there. Right. Can everybody see the ReGenesys screen that I've got up? Okay, thank you. The most important, your personal development plan and your portfolio of evidence is this one here that Melissa has highlighted to you already. This is the tile that you're going to use to submit. And please make sure, just again, must it reiterate with you, it must be battle. You won't even be able to submit anything if you go into any of the other sites. So you go into that tile like so, and it opens up like this. And you'll see it gives you your instructions for what you need to do, points number 1 to 5. Then underneath that, you have the mark breakdown of how each activity that you're going to complete is marked out of what. Then scroll down again. And the first thing I want to show you is that we have developed a step guide on how at PM submission guidelines. You click there and opens up a document that we've done for you. Now you can see it says step 1. We're using cycle 2 as a example. It's exactly the same for cycle 3. So please do not get worried you see that. It's just an example. And it gives you a very, very detailed breakdown on how you're going to submit your POE and PDP. I am going to go through the few of them with us. Now, your activities are broken down into each of the quotients. So you can see IQ is there, PQ, FQ, SQ, EQ, ProQ. And right at the bottom, you have your reflective essay, which is separate from the quotients, but which you must also please complete. Now, the submission through each of the quotients is exactly the same as each other. The process is the same. So I'm going to show you IQ just because of time, but it works like that for all of the other quotients. I will also then show you the reflective essay. It's also a similar process, but just to show you what it looks like when you go in. So you are wanting now to complete IQ. You click on the, you say attempt quiz, you click attempt quiz, and this will open up for you. Now, the question here is identify 2 to 3 key weaknesses you have in relation to academic and thinking skills. This is the template of what you're going to fill in, however. So for me, for example, procrastination, okay, and so forth. I'm not going to type something properly, but you go and you write your weaknesses down there. Then, when you are satisfied that you've finished that, you click on the bottom right here, you'll see next page. Okay, you click next page. Then it's asking you now for your key strengths. Same process. In the dotted table in the gray section, you write in your key strengths. Once you've done that, you go click next page. And now we start getting into the SMART goals, okay? All of the work that Melissa and Lisa have done with you, talking about SMART goals last week and this week as well, you are now going to start creating your own. So now, in this section, you are talking about IQ, okay? Each of the quotients are going to ask you for specific SMART goals related to that quotient. Please don't get confused with them. These are specific. So you will write down your first goal here, okay? You need to submit, please, at least one SMART goal per quotient. Goal 2 and goal 3 are optional. So if you've got more goals that you'd like, that's absolutely fine. But one goal at least. Once you've completed that, you go to next page again. And here it starts asking you about what activities do you need to do and complete in relation to achieving those SMART goals that you've written out there. So here you would see, okay, in the gray section here, you would write down your first SMART goal again. And then you need to list to the Comrades Marathon. if I'm in a jump, that's like you take long time to get to this point. Indicators of success, which will be your evidence, okay, the evidence that you are going to attach to the goals. You label them here and say what kind of evidence that is. Then the last column here, a time frame to achieve your activity. So you've got your goal written out in a smart way about the Comrades Marathon. Then you've got your activities that you stood to achieve for that. Then you've got the evidence that you in the process of achieving it or that you have attempted it. For each activities, when are you going to do that? So activity 1, join a smart goal. Sorry, join a running group. When are you going to do that? By when will you have done that? Then also very, very, very important, not submit evidence. They don't generally even talk about evidence, and they also don't submit any. Please ensure that there is some type of concrete evidence that you can explain or act on your evidence too.
Lee, I'm just going to jump in here quickly.
Yes, sure.
Sorry. Guys, it has to be in PDF format. So it could be a screenshot, which makes it a JPEG or a PNG file. You need to then convert it to a PDF, please. The reason why we ask for everything done in PDF is because the system will pick up the PDF only, and the size of your files is important. So when your files
Oh, I think somebody muted Melissa. Can you guys?
There we go. Can you hear me again now? Oops. Can you hear me now?
We can hear
Where
you.
Where did you hear up to? It must be in PDF.
We heard the PDF, and then it says they're
Yeah, going to take a screen, convert that JPEG or that PNG file to a PDF. If you're going to the gym or meditating, you could literally take a picture of yourself at the gym. That's cool too. Sometimes your evidence or your goal and the activity is something that you can't take a picture of. So you may not necessarily, it could be something like, I'm going to take anger management classes, or I want to control my temper better. Write a short paragraph in it, and you can write a short paragraph as your evidentiary proof. So you can talk about your meditation and how hard you found it in the beginning, and then the next time it's almost like a journal entry. So you can compare entries and don't have evidence, a start, middle, and end of you starting to the activities halfway through, and then maybe achieving your goal. That's perfectly fine. 2 or 3 pieces of evidence, but it must relate to your goal. So if your goal is to walk 5Ks and you send me a picture of your bank statement, it has no correlation whatsoever. But if your goal is to walk 5Ks every weekend, and you take a picture of you crossing a finish line for a 5K race, perfect. You take a picture of your step count, which equates to 5Ks, perfect. Or even doing that, attempting the 5Ks. Okay, so those things are perfectly acceptable, and then you submit the evidence. All right, at the bottom there, that little bottom part, it's drag and drop. You will drag your evidence into there in relation to the quotient you are working in. So right now, Lee is in IQ. Do not drop pictures of your step count and your water bottle into IQ. That is your PQ evidence. So make sure that you're putting the evidence in the right folders, because we mark your goals, we mark your activities, and then we check that the evidence relates to your goals and your activities. Okay, looks like you can't hear me. Not sure why.
I think I can hear you loud and
I
clear.
can hear you too.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, I think maybe on the computer. Melissa, I'm just going to jump in there too because somebody's asked about an investment. You can just give us your account. Please do not show us how much money you have. Your bank statements, please
Or
do
your
not.
account numbers. Please redact that.
Yes, or your account numbers. You can just take a picture that this is where, like with Sam, or a mutual picture of that. We're really, but blank out your things. We don't need it. Except if you want my account number, I can share that piece. Okay. So yeah.
Okay, I am mindful of the time, and I do apologize for going over time. I know we said we would end it with us and indulge us. We're just going to finish off the section. It is being recorded. There is a step-by-step guide so that you can go through that step-by-step guide, and there will be another support session just on this uploading section. Okay.
Yes.
So, but Lee, if you just want to finish off.
Okay. Right, guys. So once you've done that, click finish attempt. Okay. And you'll see that for each of those questions, it'll have answers saved. I started on to the next one. It's picked up that I've saved an answer before I didn't any. You are able to return to your attempts to update any of the information or to review it or to change it. The thing here, please, is do not click submit all and finish unless you are happy, because you are not able to make any more changes. That is it. That's submitted through to us on the back end, and it goes into the hands of your marker. The sources have been saved. So the system will save what you type in the meantime until you are ready to click submit or and finish. Once you've finished into that, you go attempt, similar outlook, okay? Similar look. So here is your question of what you need to do, where you write your essay on the experience of the module and your journey through it. Please, again, write your answers in the gray area. Okay. And import reflective demonstrates something that you've said, reflective essay, again, drag and drop it. You see.
Lee, I'm going to jump in here again.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing, Melissa, because that's pretty much it.
Okay. There's 3 different dates, one for foundational, intermediate, and advanced. But I just want to talk to the students regarding the reflective essay.
Okay.
So, guys, your reflective essay is that it's a personal journey. ChatGPT cannot tell how you felt through this journey, so please don't put it through ChatGPT. What I'm asking is for an honest reflection of how you felt, how this journey affected you. If you hated the process, that's okay. You can tell us why you hated the process. You can tell us that you thought this whole module was the biggest load of airy-fairy nonsense, but you've got to justify your argument. So I'm not saying you have to sing praises about the module. You can say, I didn't enjoy it. I didn't find it helpful because of X, Y, and Z. I tried doing the SMART goals. I did all the activities and I didn't find any value. I didn't find any personal growth, whatever the case may be. It's a reflective essay. It's how you felt. We ask for a few basic things in your reflective essay. Spelling. In this day and age, there is no reason for bad spelling. Check. Grammarly, your word, when there's a red line, a squiggly line under the word, it means it's spelled incorrectly. Check your spelling before you submit. Please put it in proper paragraphs so it's easier for us to read. There's nothing more frustrating than a whole page of text. There's no grammar, there's no paragraphs, and it is a chore to read. It'll put the marker in a bad mood and you'll probably get a bad mark for it. Okay. So just little tips around writing. You don't have to delve into each quotient. Some students find it easier to say, well, in IQ, this and this happened, in EQ, this and this happened. You can talk about your whole journey as the journey as a whole. Your reflective essay, Lee, just correct me, I think it's 300 to 500 words is your word count. 500 to 750 words. Thank you, Lisa. Yes. I couldn't remember there. So 500 to 750 words. It's not long. It's about two typed pages on like an average 10 or 12 font size. It's about 2 typed pages. Okay. You don't have to reference. You don't have to put any citations because it is a personal reflection. Okay. Just tell me a story. Think of it as a journal article, a journal entry. If someone had to ask you, how did you find personal mastery? And you wrote a critique on it, or you wrote testimonial on personal mastery, that's what it would be. Okay, everyone with me? No thumbs. We've put the room to sleep. They're full of anxious people. Oh, there we go. Okay, the thumbs are back. Okay, Lisa, do you have anything to add?
Yes, Amanda has asked does that include your evidence? Evidence is different than your essay. Your personal essay is reflective essay is 500 to 750 words about that. If you go over, then we're not going to do it, but we don't want 10,000 words because we're going to stop.
10,000 words.
We're not going to read that far because you need to be able to reflect on your journey. There's 6 questions. Have you enjoyed it? Have you not enjoyed it? What have you changed? What have you not? You can say you hated it and then you changed your mind. You loved it because of X, Y. It's changed you. It's personal. Okay. That is, it only follows the normal format. The evidence is something different. It's under each SMART goal. Each goal that you have, then you, like if you, for example, with your financial, or let's use physical. I want to lose 10 kilos by 30th September. You can put that as your SMART goal. Your piece of evidence could be you going for a walk. You can take a picture of your 5Ks on your smartwatch. You convert it to PDF. That's one piece of evidence. You keep a logbook. That's 3 pieces. That's second piece of evidence. You take a picture of your water bottle because you've increased your water when you've been on your exercising. That's another piece of evidence. That's what we're talking about. In your personal essay, there's no evidence.
Okay. I also want to. I'm seeing some of the questions around here. It's a 6-month process because it takes that long to develop good habits or to stop a bad habit. So your journey starts today. Your journey actually started last. Think about your purpose in life and your goals. What you're going to do is you're going to set your goals. So yes, you can set your goals now. If you're revved up and super inspired, you can sit tonight and start drafting your goals. Absolutely. Start drafting your goals for each quotient. If you go through the whole section, you can then actually set each goal for each quotient. However, you cannot submit yet because your 6 months hasn't happened. You don't have any evidence yet. You need to take your evidence over the 6 months. You need to write your reflective essay. You can't reflect on something that you've had for one day. At the end of your journey, you are reflecting on your whole journey. So you will submit in September, but you keep working at it. You can't just set a goal and then say it's done and then never look at it again, because that's just wishful thinking. You haven't done any activities. Does that make sense, guys? And you only have to set one goal. It's a minimum of one goal per quotient. If you want to set more goals, then you have 2 goals, 2 sets of activities, 2 sets of evidence, because the evidence has to relate to each goal that you set. 1 goal per quotient, sets of activities per goal, and evidence per goal. Max, don't go wild. We're not asking you to go wild. I would say 2 or 3 pieces of evidence per goal is sufficient. Okay. Yes, the reflective essay is you reflecting on all the quotients. Yes. There is no assignment. There is no exam. Personal mastery works very differently from all your other modules. You end off with what we call a portfolio of evidence. So there's no assignment, there's no exam, you have a portfolio of evidence. I'm going to quickly show you again on the screen where to find it. And then I'm going to answer questions for the next 5 minutes. If you want to put your hands up, I'm going to answer questions until for 5 minutes only, guys, because we've gone way over time. So here is my screen, personal development plan and portfolio of evidence. That is what you're going to click into. Here is the rubric of how the marks are broken down. Your reflective essay counts 22 marks. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to get a distinction, all right? If you list 3 strengths and 3 weaknesses for IQ, that's the goal, 2 marks. You have 2 activities, 1 mark per activity, another 2 marks. You have 3 pieces of evidence, that's 3 marks. You've got 13 marks for IQ already. Repeat that formula across IQ, EQ, SQ, PQ, FQ, and ProQ. You are sitting with 13 marks times 6 plus 22. For a full reflective essay, you get 100 marks. Okay. Guys, you with me? See the mark breakdown? It's so easy. So if you set more than one goal and you blup somewhere, you can still make up for it all. Here's where you go in to each quotient. Remember, you work on each quotient individually. So for IQ, strengths, weaknesses, goals, activities, evidence. FQ, same thing. PQ, same thing. And then your reflective essay right at the end, and you type your reflective essay in. I also want to point out that you will also see the rubric. Here's your rubric. Guys, work towards a rubric. When you get a rubric, it's really important that you use it. It tells the marker what to give you marks for. So it tells you good, fair, needs improvement, strengths, weaknesses. It tells you tells the marker how I'm getting it. It's 2 marks per goal. Okay, so if you want to have an extra goal, that's just on you. If you've got 2, 3 goals, it's okay. But your minimum is 1 goal and you get 2 marks. Just for setting a SMART goal, you get 2 marks. Do you see how easy it is to get a distinction, guys? See how easy it is to pass. It blows my mind when I see students fail because they just haven't put the effort in. And they fail this course. I cannot understand how you can possibly fail this course. It just means you haven't put any effort in. On the top, you will also see the submission guide that Lee spoke about, your step-by-step guide. It's all in here. So go through the guide. So guys, for those people who have ever bought something that came with a set of instructions, read the instructions first before you begin to assemble so that you don't have spare screws lying around. Makes sense. Everyone with me? Read the PM submission guidelines carefully and then go into the different quotients and start your PDP. Somebody's laughing. At least someone caught on to my joke. All right, I apologize again for going over a little bit of time. I hope you found this informative. I hope you've enjoyed the trailers and that you're eager to go in into movies and go into all the different quotients. I'm going to answer questions quickly. Don't bother with formalities. I'm going to call your name, dive straight into your question. All right. So the first person that's up is Linda. Go ahead with your question. If you need to leave, please do so. You can. You're free to leave now. I'm just going to answer a couple of questions in the class. Lisa's put into the chat personalmastery@regenesys.net if you have any questions. But thank you so much for joining us, from Lisa and I and Lee and Clementine for being our support in the background. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best of luck on your personal mastery journey. I hope that you do grow with us and you will find it rewarding and fulfilling. So quickly, Linda, your hand is up. Go ahead. Linda Satole, going once, going twice. Okay, I'm lowering Linda's hand. Next person is Tisetso. I hope I've pronounced your name properly. Tisetso?
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
Hi, Melissa. How are you?
Go ahead. Good, thanks. Go ahead.
Good, thank you. Just a quick question. Last week we were on cycle 1. So what you're saying is we need to answer all these portfolio evidence on cycle 3.
So you should not be on cycle 1 at all. I started the class off saying ignore cycle 1 and cycle 2. If you are in take 2, meaning you joined ReGenesys in March of 2025, you are cycle 3.
Okay.
If you joined ReGenesys in February of 2025, you are also cycle 3. So for anyone who's still in the class that wanted to join the class again, you guys are all cycle 3 students. So you ignore cycle 1, ignore cycle 2, you are only cycle 3. You work through the content, and it's very different. The content and the way you submit is very different in cycle 1 and cycle 3. You focus on cycle 3 only. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Linda, I think you tried to unmute yourself. Do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I have attempted some of the questions and I've seen that, like for instance, develop an action plan where you identify actions, indicators of success, time frame, obstacles. I have noticed that we have to answer on the second box. That is the one that opens and it actually allows you to answer. So
at the bottom.
Yes,
in the
at
gray
the bottom.
section. Yes.
Exactly. So it does not give us the frame where you need to enter the obstacles. So how do we go about the obstacles? Because
Linda,
I can see
are you on cycle 3?
Yep.
Okay, hold on. Let's find where you're talking about, because I don't recall putting any obstacles in here. Key weaknesses, key strengths, your SMART goals.
I think you can just check it on PQ.
Okay, develop your action plan.
Yeah, yes. So you can
Is this the one you're talking about?
Oh, no. Okay. So what I'm talking about the cycle 3, the PQ, physical intelligence by the, yes.
Let's go into which, so we're comparing apples with apples. PQ.
Yes.
Okay.
Where we need to attempt the quiz.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So remember the first option it gives us that we need to put in the strengths
and then weaknesses and then goals.
Yeah. Let me just quickly come back to
here.
Absolutely, yes. Then you can frame, then
action plan. Okay, and obstacles. So asking for in section to set activities that are based on your goals, right? It links to goal 1, because if you've got more than one goal, we want to know which is the evidence speaking to. So it's just indicators of what you're doing. So if it literally is a picture of your water bottle and a screenshot of your water monitoring intake. So
Yes,
some of
I
your
do.
smart apps
I
has
do
something like that.
understand that, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay.
I do. I think you've taught us very
Melissa.
well on that. Okay.
Linda, I think it's because there isn't a place to put the obstacles. The
Yes.
obstacles, if you couldn't do it, it was part of the when they shouldn't have actually put the word
The word
obstacles
obstacle
there.
in.
I
Thank
think
you.
I think there was a mistake there because for your thing, they're not asking you what's not allowing you to do your goal. We're being very positive that you can. And so I think I think we will just speak to the technical team because thanks very much for pointing that out because when they uploaded this, they must have been reading from something else. So yeah, so
Okay, I
don't
see
worry
what you
about
mean, Lisa. Yeah, don't worry about the obstacles then.
Yes, the word obstacles shouldn't be there because remember we're also learning in this process and we changed how it is and that's why it's looking different, even the format. And I think that just came through from the first cycle. So don't worry about the obstacles. You won't be downgraded on that.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for showing
Thanks,
us,
Linda.
Linda.
Thanks for pointing that out to us. Leave and Clementine, if you can just make a note of that so we can regroup tomorrow morning about that. Okay. Robin, go ahead.
Hi, ma'am. Yes, I have 3 questions. So, for example, for SQ, if I want to say like I want to join a Bible group, do I have to take a screenshot of like the group?
No, so you could write a little paragraph that I've joined a Bible group and we meet every Tuesday for an hour, and that's more than enough. Or you could take a snapshot of your diary where it says, Bible studies or Bible group, and it's at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday night. That's cool.
Okay, and
that's enough
if we
evidence.
want, thank you. If we want, can we write a paragraph and attach like a picture of evidence just together?
Yep,
Okay.
you can do that as well. So it's like, because remember, you've got marks, you give 3 marks for evidence. So that's why I said 2 to 3 pieces of evidence is perfect. And your evidence must relate to the goal. So you could be a little essay or a little paragraph, and then a picture of, if you wanted to take a picture of your Bible group, that's also fine. As long as that picture is reduced to PDF format.
Okay,
Converted
thank you.
to PDF.
Okay, and finally, I know this thing has to be done over 6 months, but if we do happen to finish it like now, would that be fine or?
You would not be able to finish all quotients in a month. Your time frame is unrealistic then, and your SMART goal wouldn't be very smart. And I say this with all due respect, you need at least 5 months to change anything in your life in terms of really stretching yourself. And I know I said 2 liters of water a day as an example, but you're not really doing anything. You're not going to see any change of drinking 2 liters of water every day in a month's time. You will see the change happen over a 5-month or 6-month period. It's a habit, absolutely, Teboho. So also stop doing something or stop quitting a bad habit. Takes you that long to quit. It takes you that long to form a habit. And the idea is for you to form positive habits. Creating a goal that you can achieve in a month. Yes, theoretically you could. Are you doing yourself an injustice? Absolutely, because you're not really stretching yourself and you're not really growing. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you for your time.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Next question goes to Rory-san. Go ahead. Rory-san, Masilo. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm going to move on to Teboho. Teboho, go ahead. Tebogo?
No, sorry, ma'am. I was kind of late. Sorry, thank you.
Tebogo, okay, why don't you just give Rory-san a chance? Rory-san, go ahead, ask your question.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I would like to just have more clarity, ma'am. Would I be wrong in saying at least if we have evidence, for example, if for all the quotas, one should be able to have at least 2 evidences?
Sorry, just repeat that question for me.
Would I be wrong in saying that at least one has to have 2 evidences? Meaning, if for financial, I would have to then give you a picture of the account, or maybe let's say, for example, I'm saving. I have to give you a PDF format of what I've saved from starting from now until by September. And then for the same quota, meaning financial, I will have to have something else which is related to finance. Am I wrong in saying I have to have 2?
Yeah, 2 or 3 pieces of evidence. So, Rory, when you see this mark breakdown, you see you get 2 marks for a goal, okay? 1 mark for each activity and 3 marks for evidence. So ideally, you should be giving us 3 pieces of evidence that relates to 2 or 3 pieces of evidence that relate to the activity.
Okay.
And I always say to students, you can do a beginning, middle, and end. So beginning of your journey, beginning of you starting your goal, midway through, and then either achieving your goal or when the time period comes, you can take evidence of that.
Okay, I think that one is fair. I think,
okay, cool. Okay, next is people go ahead.
No, I can't even pretty much.
We have office hours. We aren't on campus. We are online, but we will have what we call office hours, where faculty will be online to assist you with drawing up SMART goals, and that schedule will be posted on ReGenesys. You will find it under General. So where you see class links, underneath that, we'll put a whole section of all the different office hours available for you to go online and speak to a faculty member regarding your SMART goals.
Okay. Fantastic. Thanks, kindly.
Okay, someone wants, I'm going to answer, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. Dumiseni, I'm going to answer your question now about strengths and weaknesses. But let me just go to the people with their hands up. So Kevin, go ahead, you're next. And then Jack is the last person. Question. Kevin McQuina. Go. You can go ahead, Kevin. You're very echoey. I don't know, Kevin, do you want to just type your question in? Muzamiru, go ahead. Muzamiru, go ahead, ask your question. Okay, Jack Ntimunye, go and ask your question.
Hi, good evening, Melissa. Maybe my problem is my question is answered already, because I was linked to cycle 3. I got an email confirming that, but I'm so worried this evening. Okay, not this evening. I started realizing that when was it? I think yesterday, Saturday. Everything is gray. All the circle, all those
tiles.
Yeah, all those tiles are
When
gray.
did you join ReGenesys?
That was last year in August.
Last year, August.
August, yes. I've been battling all
So
along.
you are a cycle 3 student. You are a cycle 3 student. Please do me a favor. Can you please email your student advisor? And then just CC personal mastery. You should be seeing cycle 3. It mustn't be grayed out for you. There must be a technical glitch with the groupings, but you are definitely cycle 3.
Okay, good. Thanks, I'll do that. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Jack, sorry, Jack, what qualifications do your registration and your qualification so that we can also make sure
Just
you
double
get to
check.
the
Qualification.
No, it was there. Look, it was there. I saw it because I was battling, and my problem was you can say partially resolved because it was there. I could go into cycle 3. I could see,
and then suddenly you lost it.
But now, all of a sudden, since Saturday, I picked it up Saturday because I wanted to do something. Then I saw that everything is back. It's gray out now.
Okay, just drop us an email with your qualification and your reg number and just say you are part of cycle 3, but you can't see it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And then, Jack, you were the last person. I just want to answer the question about, can I give you an example of strengths and weaknesses? So let me give you an example for IQ. A strength could be that I read very quickly and I read a lot. That is one of my strengths. But one of my weaknesses is procrastination. I've struggled with time management. So then from your weaknesses is obviously where you want to improve yourself. So if you struggle with time management, the best thing to do is to schedule properly. And so I would then develop a schedule and stick to a schedule. So those are my activities. And my evidence would be me taking a picture of my schedule. Does that make sense, guys? Yes, no, okay. I see people are just online. All right, guys, if you have any further questions, I did say Jack was be the last question. I'm not taking any more. I wish you well on your journey. You can drop us an email at personalmastery@regenesys.net. The email address is in the chat. I wish you well. Lisa wishes you well. I hope you have a good personal mastery journey. Please do take advantage of the office hours. Come to the support session in May. It will help you if you're still unsure of what to do, but read through your instructions carefully. And if you still have issues, then come to us. Okay. Have a very good evening, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.